Can y'all believe it? The last week in the regular season of this 2022 college football season. This one flew by fast. Really, really fast. And as a West Virginia fan, that actually doesn't make sense because we had a terrible, terrible year. And whenever you're having a bad year, it seems like the year goes by really slow. When you're having a great year, it goes by fast. So even that doesn't make sense. But we're here. We're here. Last game of the regular season. A lot of rivalry games. So I decided to stream the noon games. Believe it or not, we have a lot of great noon games this week. Rivalry games. Playoff implications. Big time. It's crazy. So there's 4 games for the noon that I'm going to be I think it's a total of 4. Yeah, 4. Of course, the big one, Michigan at Ohio State. We're going to be watching that. We're going to be watching West Virginia at Oklahoma State. I know that's not a rivalry game. I know it doesn't mean much, but I'm a West Virginia fan, so I got to cover that as well. We're going to cover Georgia Tech, Georgia. I mean, that's going to be a blowout, but we'll keep our eyes on it. And then South Carolina at Clemson. That could turn into a very important game. South Carolina is good enough to beat Clemson. Now, it's on the road, so I expect Clemson to win. But if they play the way they did last week against Tennessee, South Carolina could pull the upset. It's very, very possible. Very possible. All right, so where are we at? We're probably going to focus on Michigan, Ohio State, because that's the biggest game of the day. But, a lot of good games for the noon game. So we'll make sure to keep an eye on all of them. All of them. So y'all make sure to hit the like button. That's what helps these live show the most, believe it or not. Yeah, simple. Live, the like button. Helps with the YouTube algorithm, gets suggested more. And that's how you grow your audience. And with today being rivalry week, you especially want the chat to grow because the amount of trash talk, the level of trash talk, all-time high on days like today. Rivalry week. So make sure to hit that like. Get more people in here. Let's get the trash talk flowing. I'm ready, guys. I'm ready. I'm not ready for the end of the year, but I'm ready for today. So, not a good year for West Virginia. Not at all. Man. I've made so many videos about how disappointed it's been this year and what we need to do, what we shouldn't do. And we'll probably end up doing what we're not supposed to do. It is what it is, and we just got to deal with it. I'm still going to the Backyard Brawl next year. It'll be in Morgantown next year, and I do think West Virginia wins that game. But that will be the only bright spot of next year's football season for West Virginia. And yes, I'm going. I have to go to that game. That's very important. That's a must. That's a requirement. Honestly, besides just one win, I think if West Virginia would have beaten Pitt, I think our season would have gone way different. I think we would have beaten Kansas. Other losses that may have flipped. I don't know. I still think we lose to Texas. Maybe the Kansas State, that one can flip because that was at home. So if we beat Pitt, we may be an 8-4 team going to a bowl at least. But no, ruined our season. And we got worse throughout. Instead of getting better, West Virginia got worse throughout the season. Terrible. Terrible. All right, let's check these other games. I thought it was about to kick off. I hate commercials. I understand the importance of commercials now, though, because of YouTube, but I still don't like them as far as TV goes. I understand them, but I still don't like them. How about that? All right, let's go to... And yes, in the offseason, I will up my game whenever it comes to multiple TV screens. I only have one, so I got to flip back and forth. But, hey, that takes money, and you got to save up, and you got to build a channel. We're getting there to where we're starting to make some money, and we've been able to save up some money so we can put up a better setup as far as having multiple screens watching multiple games. But for now, we got to settle for one team and flipping, or one TV and flipping back and forth. It is what it is. Nothing you can do about it. All right, let's see. So probably the game that I'm probably least interested in is Georgia Tech, Georgia. I'm just expecting that to be a blowout. I do think that Georgia Tech is a better team than people are giving them credit for. I think a 35-point spread is a little too much. I mean, they're fighting for a bowl, so they have something to fight for. This isn't just a throwaway game for them. They just went on the road and beat North Carolina. I still have Georgia, no doubt. Easy win. But I'm thinking more like 3 touchdowns, maybe 24 points. That's still a shellacking, but 35 points, it's a little high for me. Just a little high. Who knows? They might be exactly right. Maybe Georgia beats them by 40. You never know. You never know. Checking on West Virginia, Oklahoma State. Looks like it's raining a little bit in Stillwater. Of course, West Virginia being such a bad team, why not Senior Day for Oklahoma State? This is probably a gimme win. And Oklahoma State hasn't looked like a good team, but West Virginia is just that bad. If we win a 5-7 season, this game means nothing. I mean, I like winning, and I want us to win, but as far as meaning anything, it means absolutely nothing. That's how bad of a season we've had this year. Terrible. Not good at all. Winning on the kickoffs for all these games basically right now. Let's check. Let's go back to Michigan, Ohio State. That's the game that I think everybody's most interested in right now because it's got playoff implications. Winner is basically in because everybody thinks whoever wins Michigan, Ohio State, they're going to win the Big Ten West. Nobody wants to win the Big Ten West. I can't figure it out. Nobody's decided, hey, we want to win the Big Ten West. They just keep losing to each other. I mean, freaking Iowa got knocked out of it because they got beat by Nebraska. Who saw that coming? Not me. No, sir, not me. What's cool is the rivalry game between South Carolina and Clemson is happening just right down the road. Like, I could literally go drive to the game if I wanted to. But I'm hanging out with you guys. And we're going to watch all of these together. But yeah, that's pretty cool. And let me tell you something. I have lived, well, altogether, I've lived in the upstate of South Carolina probably, I'm 39 years old. I've probably lived 20, 25 years. So I've lived most of my life in the upstate of South Carolina. Some in West Virginia. A lot of my life in West Virginia, something like 15, 20 years, something like that. But most of it in South Carolina. And the past 6 years, which is the last stretch that I've lived up here because it's been back and forth a lot. My parents just moved back and forth a lot like that because of my dad's job. But these last 6 years, 6 or 7 years that I've been here, the change that I've seen over there at Clemson is absolutely incredible. What Dabo Swinney has done over there is nothing short of a miracle. You go back and look at how the city of Clemson looked, how Clemson Memorial Stadium looked whenever he got there compared to how it looks now. It is night and day. It looks like one of the best stadiums there is out there. It looks like an SEC stadium, and that's what I said. Whenever they built that jumbotron, I went over to Sanford Stadium to do a video for Georgia earlier this year, and I saw the jumbotron over there. And I'm telling you, Clemson is preparing for something. They have an SEC level stadium. They just built that jumbotron, which is eerily similar to Georgia's. I'm telling you guys, Clemson is preparing for a big-time move. They have invested a lot of money. In that video that I did yesterday about West Virginia, Clemson was in the same exact situation as West Virginia was a short decade ago. What did they do? They invested not only did they invest into their football program, they went all in. This is what you get when you go all in. You get awesome facilities, which West Virginia does have good facilities. You get great recruits. You get to pay your coaching staff, at a high level, so you get a good coaching staff and you get to retain them. I mean, who would have thought that Clemson would be able to retain a national championship winning coach this long? A decade ago, nobody. A decade ago, Clemson was a stepping stone. Now it's a destination. Even if Dabo Swinney does eventually go on to Alabama, which I think he does eventually, Clemson is a destination job now. Why? Because they invested into their football program and they adopted that motto, all in. And that's what, like, you have to make that initial investment. You have to be all in if you want to get to this level. And West Virginia has not taken that first step. We have to take that first step if we want to get to where Clemson is. And that's the problem. They're hoping to have Power 5 championship success paying Group of 5 salary. And I'm not saying that Neil Brown deserves, $7 million a year. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is we can afford to go out and get a good head coach or seek out a diamond in the rough. And then once they have success, pay them to stay at West Virginia. Otherwise, we will always be a stepping stone. We're going to have to start investing or we're always going to be a stepping stone. That's the bottom line. By the way, guys, I finally got my LED strips. So we will be putting the lights on the shelving. So that's going to give a good backdrop. I have one of my studio lights underneath that illuminates it, but this is going to be way better. It's going to be way better. See, this is what I'm talking about. That's one thing that I've taken personally. I've invested into my show to make it better. And now that we're getting bigger, it's time to invest more into my show. It's economics 101. You have to invest to reap the rewards. Is there some risk to it? Absolutely. You can invest a lot of money into something and it absolutely flops. But you have to take that risk if you want any chance of a reward. And it looks like West Virginia is not willing to take a risk. That's the problem. That's the problem right there. And we have the money. I'm getting sick of people saying, well, where's the money? And West Virginia's mediocre at best, and West Virginia's a poor state. Yes, West Virginia, the state, is a poor state, but West Virginia, the university, is not. We have some big-time donors. West Virginia is like top 10 whenever it comes to fan base that lives outside of the state of West Virginia. So you can't measure the wealth of the boosters and the fan base based on the wealth of the state, because most of us, we actually move out of state because we know it's a poor state. We have owners of professional sports teams as major donors. We can swing it. Where that money's going, I have no idea. It needs to be going to getting a good coaching staff. Looks like one person, of course, picks Michigan. I'm looking at Big Noon Kickoff. And, of course, it's Charles. Speaking of Charles, West Virginia's best cornerback entered the transfer portal. We're seeing a lot of players entering the transfer portal for West Virginia. It's just a mess over there. We took one good first step. I will say that. We did fire Shane Lyons. That was necessary. Of course, he goes over to Alabama. It makes me wonder if, you just never know with these conspiracy theories. Maybe, I don't know. I don't want to go into all that, but he was not a good athletic director for West Virginia. West Virginia is definitely in a worse spot than when he found it. So that was a great fire. Now the next step is this new athletic director, and I'm hearing that West Virginia already knows who that's going to be. They need to look at this football program and decide, this is broken. How do we fix it? That's it. Fire Neil Brown. Let's go get a coaching staff that has proven themselves. Looks like senior day for Ohio State as well. That's cool. Do we have any predictions in the comment section? We got 4 games for the noon. Let's. I want to get everybody's take for the noon game. So we have Georgia Tech, Georgia. We have West Virginia, Oklahoma State. We have South Carolina, Clemson, and we have Michigan and Ohio State. Who do y'all have in the noon games? Who do y'all have in the noon games? West Virginia, Oklahoma State, Georgia Tech, Georgia, South Carolina, Clemson, and Michigan, Ohio State. I will be, since I only have one monitor, I will be going through a lot of these. Does Georgia already have a second down? Oh, whoa, hold on. Georgia Tech has a second down and goal, guys. So the Yellow Jackets are looking to score first. Even if they don't get a touchdown here, they could get a field goal to start the game. Wow, wow, that happened fast too. Wow, 5 minutes already gone in the first quarter. Georgia Tech has a second goal. They're going to keep it, and Georgia Tech scores. Touchdown Jackets. What? Now listen, I'm not expecting Georgia Tech to win this game. Not at all. No. But if they keep this game close, that's a win. Man. And Uncle Lou is at this game, by the way, so you know he's not happy about it right now. Yeah. This is supposed to be a gimme win, and it probably will be a gimme win, but for Georgia Tech to score the first touchdown of the game, that's a little surprising. I'm not going to lie. That's a little surprising. And then it happened fast. It looked like one big play. I think they went for it on fourth down, and it turned into a big play. Let's check West Virginia, Oklahoma State. Looks like West Virginia is actually driving right now. Flag on the play. Of course, false start, West Virginia. No, delay a game. What's up with all these delayed games for West Virginia? What is our problem? Why can we not get these calls in on time? This is an every game problem. Out of a timeout, a punt, a field goal, a point after. The delay of games are ridiculous. It's crazy. 3rd and 26. So we were driving, and now we got a punt. Delay a game. You got to be kidding me. It looks like Garrett Green is starting the game again. Him and coach are not on the same page right now. Of course, who is on the same page with Neil Brown right now? 4th and 25. So we were in Oklahoma State territory. Let me do the math here. So that's the 41. So that would be the 49, 39. So we were down inside the 30 or inside the 40, almost in field goal range, and we get bumped outside the 50-yard line. Train wreck. We are a train wreck. And ESPN is about to do a segment called The State of West Virginia Football. All you have to do is put a garbage can on the screen. There you go. I'll still keep my eyes on it, but I think Oklahoma State wins this one handily. Not even close. I am surprised that Georgia Tech put up the first touchdown. That's surprising. All right, let's check. Michigan and Ohio State still hasn't kicked off. Or maybe they have, and they're about to start the first series. Yeah, I think Ohio State has the ball. 3rd and 6 for Clemson. I'm checking this game out as well. Carolina, Clemson. That's still scoreless. And Clemson has a 3rd and 6 on their own 29-yard line. That's not a good start offensively. DJ throws it. Almost picked off. Clemson's going to have to punt. Yanks. Let's see how bad this read was. Yeah, that's not a good read by no, that's actually a good read by DJ. That's a bad cut on the wide receiver. That was on the wide receiver right there. That was on the wide receiver. He broke way too early. So Clemson is having to punt on their first possession as well. The favorites are not doing too well right now. Georgia Tech scores on Georgia. Clemson is now punting to South Carolina. And South Carolina's strength is their offense. So if this comes down to who can score the most points, South Carolina has a shot. I mean, look at last week. They put 63 on Tennessee. So Clemson's defense really needs to play their A game today for sure. All right, is this the kickoff or does somebody actually have the ball? Like, this game has taken forever to kick off. This Michigan, Ohio, like, everybody's already on their second and third possessions. This game is just getting underway. Why did they drag their feet like this? I don't know. I know all the pageantry and pregame, but like, you're supposed to plan that into the game to where you can kick off on time. Like, it's already 12:15. And they're just now kicking off. 12:15. Come on, guys. Us college football fans are not patient whenever it comes to kickoff times. That's one thing that I'm not patient about. Ain't gonna lie about it. Ain't gonna lie about it. So Michigan will be I don't know who won the coin toss, but Michigan is kicking off to Ohio State. So I'm guessing Michigan won and they deferred. So the Buckeyes will get the ball first. Well covered. He doesn't get out to the 20-yard line. So it looks like Ohio State, already getting a little chippy. Looks like Ohio State's going to start their first drive inside their own 20-yard line. Not a good return right there. Let's check on these other games. This game is already crawling. Like, it just now kicked off. The players are, it just looks like everybody's in slow motion. Oklahoma State does have bad field position. They're 3rd and 9 on their own. Oh, a nice sack. Wow, the defense coming up with a big play. Wow, we actually got to the quarterback. So now they're on a 4th and 16, and that sack took place back at the 6-yard line. So West Virginia, we're going to have good field position. They did come after the punt. Didn't get anything, though. Terrible punt. Wow. Did Oklahoma State get this bad? Their offense went backwards. Their defense, I mean, we drove on their defense. Penalties, of course, we hurt ourselves. Oklahoma State doesn't look good at all. And then on special teams, their punter shanks it. Something's off with Oklahoma State. This doesn't make sense. Not at all. All right, going back to Michigan, Ohio State. They still haven't ran the first play on offense. Why did that take so long? I had a chance to scan, like, the kickoff happened. They got the ball. I had a chance to look at other games, and this is the first offensive play of the game. Why is this game in slow motion? I don't get it. Pass incomplete by C.J. Stroud. So this is going to be 2nd down and 10 in a game that is dragging its heels so far. So since it was incomplete, the clock's not even running right now. So the players are moving in slow motion, and the clock's Like 14, there's still 14 minutes and 48 seconds left. So only 12 seconds has gone by. Finally, a complete play. Ohio State does get a completion. But of course, it goes out of bounds. So literally only 20 seconds of game has transpired. 20 seconds. Unbelievable. 20 seconds. This game is really, really dragging its feet. I think it's going to be a good game. I'm just saying the start of this is slow motion. All right, so it's going to be 3rd and 1. Run up the right side. Ohio State gets the first down. Moving the ball on Michigan so far. Let me check some of these other games. It's not what I did. I hate this. There we go. Clemson did score on South Carolina, by the way. I don't know what happened because they had a 4th down. They punted. I guess South Carolina must have turned the ball over. Not sure. For those of you that haven't been keeping up with Georgia Tech, Georgia Tech did score on Georgia. They're up 7-0 right now. I think Georgia has the ball, and I think they're driving. I'll have to check on that. I'm not sure. South Carolina gets the ball back on their own 24-yard line. So whatever happened was bad for South Carolina because they went from having the ball to now being down 7-0. So that's not good. All right, let's go back to I'm liking this noon slate, by the way. Oh, West Virginia. Touchdown, Garrett Green. Wow. I turned it right whenever Garrett Green broke one. Touchdown, West Virginia. I'll take it. Big play. Big play. Man, Oklahoma State must be really, really bad. So it's like a 46-yard touchdown run by Garrett Green. I'm telling you, I've been making videos about Garrett Green and how this offense is comparable to the offenses that we ran under Rich Rod. I'm telling you, if we brought in a coach that was committed to that spread RPO, West Virginia would have success. I mean, I know I've said it several times, but think about it, guys. 1988, we went to the national championship. What did we run? Dual threat quarterback, spread RPO with Major Harris. 93, we had a 2-quarterback system, Jake Kelchner, Darren Studstill, and Studstill was the dual threat quarterback. Fast forward to Rich Rod, of course, Pat White, unparalleled, consistent success. And even the best year under Dana Holgorsen, I believe it was 2016, if I'm not mistaken, Skylar Howard, spread offense, dual threat quarterback. How the coaches for West Virginia have not put this together, I don't, it baffles me because history, all you have to do is go back and look at the history of West Virginia. The best that we've done on a year in and year out basis is having the spread offense and having a dual threat quarterback. And I'm not saying that Garrett Green is the next Pat White, but he can run that offense. Our offense looks way better now that Garrett Green has taken over. And that's not saying that he's a better quarterback than JT Daniels. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is we have the personnel for that offense to be successful, not the offense that JT Daniels runs. I feel bad for JT Daniels. He ran into a situation where he doesn't fit in well. We have a bad defense. Our wide receivers drop the ball all the time. So you need a dual threat quarterback that can make something happen out of nothing. That's what Garrett Green is. That doesn't make Garrett Green a better quarterback. Not at all. JT Daniels is the better quarterback. But for our situation, Garrett Green is the quarterback we need to use if we want to have success. Going forward, we need to have a coaching staff that needs to be committed to that type of offense. And maybe Neil Brown is starting to see that because we're seeing him start Garrett Green game after game after game. And even though we lost to Kansas State, we still put up, pretty good amount of points against a really good Kansas State defense. But our defense was just so bad. So maybe this is a bright spot. Whether Neil Brown stays or doesn't, this is the offense that West Virginia has always had success with. Wide receiver for Oklahoma State was running wide open. Once again, our defense was bailed out by the quarterback overthrowing the ball. See, our defense is not good enough to stop any offense. We have to rely on mistakes by the other team. That's the only way. And that's exactly what happened right there. All right, we will come back to that. I just want to check to see what's going on with Georgia Tech, Georgia, because I do know that Georgia Tech scored first. Did Georgia score? Because I know it looks like no, Georgia did not score. Georgia Tech has the ball back. A 3rd and 10 on their own 40-yard line. So Georgia did not score on their first possession. Georgia Tech trying to get a first down. That's incomplete. So Georgia Tech will have to punt to Georgia. So Yellow Jackets hanging in there with Georgia so far. Wow. I'm surprised. I mean, like I said at the beginning of the video, I don't think Georgia Tech's getting enough credit. They're 5-6. They're fighting for a bowl. They just beat North Carolina on the road. I just thought that 35-point spread was too large. I still think that Georgia beats them by 20 points or so, something like that, between 20 and 24 points. So don't get me wrong. Georgia's still the better team. But Georgia Tech has come out fighting. Now, as the game goes on, depth is going to win this football game. And, of course, Georgia has the much better depth, but they're running into their own players. They got to stop doing that. He did make something out of nothing, but he ran into his own player. I think they're a little bit too jacked up right now is the problem. They need to settle down just a little bit. Flag on the play. This might be holding on Georgia. So they're shooting themselves in the foot. All right. Commercials for West Virginia, Oklahoma State, so I don't know what happened there. Is everybody on the same commercial schedule? Because every single one of these games are on commercial. Except for South Carolina Clemson. There we go. No commercial. Clemson has the ball. They're up 7-0. Ball on their own 19. 2nd and 16. So the Clemson offense hasn't looked great against a so-so South Carolina defense. Shipley gets the edge. Or was that Shipley? No, I think that was a wide receiver. He got the edge, gain of like 6 or 7, something like that. This was a good play call. I liked it. So it's going to be 3rd and 6 for Clemson, ball on their own 29. Trying to get a first down, keep the chains moving. Surprising starts to some of these games. Not necessarily this game because they are up 7-0, but their offense isn't looking great. The good news for Clemson is if they get into the playoffs, nobody has shown me that, they would just absolutely blow out Clemson because nobody's looked great. Georgia's undefeated, yes, but they've had some down games. TCU's undefeated. They've had to come back several games. Michigan, cupcake schedule, so they're undefeated, but they haven't really been tested. Ohio State, they've had a few struggle games in their schedule. The Big Ten this year is down, especially the Big Ten West. They haven't even decided who wants to win the Big Ten West. Right now, if Purdue wins, they're in. If they don't, I don't know what all the tiebreakers look like. I do know that Iowa knocked themselves out yesterday because they lost their freaking Nebraska. That's what I'm talking about with the Big Ten West. Makes no sense, guys. You lose to freaking Nebraska to knock yourselves out of the Big Ten Championship or having a chance of getting to the Big Ten Championship. Go figure. And no, Nebraska's not a much better team than what they were last year. They finished the season, 4-8, 5-7, not going to a bowl. And it was a home game for Iowa. So Nebraska, who's not going to a bowl, went into Kinnick and beat Iowa to knock them out of any contention of going to the Big Ten Championship. That's crazy. Looks like Ohio State did score on Michigan already. It is 7-0 Buckeyes. Michigan 4-8. That's what I knew it was either 4-8 or 5-7. Either way, that's a bad team. So their fourth win was a road win against Iowa, who was trying to get to the Big Ten championship. Yeah. West Virginia does have the ball back, 1st and 10 on their own 29. And we are definitely running a spread RPO right now. 100%. We are committed to it. I am fine with that. Markiel. Nico's in. What? Nico Markiel is getting some snaps, people. Nico alert. Nico Markiel. Wow. That surprises me because Garrett Green did well, but I'm okay with this. Listen, we know that our season is down in tanks. Let's give these guys some meaningful snaps, and that's what we're seeing. Nico, let's see what kind of arm he's got. Oh, he's got a good arm, but it was slightly out of the reach of the receivers. That was a well-thrown ball, though. I like that. It was out of the reach of the defender. The receiver had to stretch. He did stretch. I'm okay with that. I'm excited. I'm excited to see Nico in. Wow. Man, finally, Neil Brown's showing some guts. Too bad it's come in a trash game where nothing means anything, but hey, beggars can't be choosers. 3rd and 7, quick pass. That was a bad route run. I don't know if that was on Nico or the receiver. But hey, you got some experience. There you go. First drive under his belt. So they're going to go back and forth between him and Garrett Green. I'm fine with that. I feel bad for JT Daniels, but he'll probably transfer out of West Virginia and find him a nice landing spot. I'm fine with Nico getting some time right there. Even though we didn't get the first down and we didn't really move the ball. That one throw to the left outside, that was a good throw. He kept it out of the reach of the defender, and the receiver still had a chance to grab it. Georgia, it looks like Georgia is marching on Georgia Tech right now. Just got a first down in Georgia Tech's territory. It's going to be 1st and 10 Georgia on, is that the 41 or the 39? I know it's one of those. That was Georgia's first down, though. That's unbelievable. That's surprising. All right. That's the 42-yard line. All right. Moving left to right, Stetson looks like he's going to take a shot, but he can't find his receiver, so he's going to scramble. And he could have turned up to get the first down on that one, but he decided to go out of bounds. That's still a gain of 6 or 7, so not a bad play by Stetson right there. It looked like they were wanting to take a shot right there, but everybody was covered, I'm guessing. Good starts to all these games, by the way. I'm liking it. I'm definitely liking that. Is that 4th down or 3rd down for Michigan? It's going to be 3rd and 8 for Michigan. They got to be able to move the ball better than what they're doing so far. McCarthy's only thrown for like 12 yards. That's not good. They're not running the ball very well either. I don't know what kind of game plan Jim Harbaugh came into this game with, but it's not working so far. 3rd and 8. It looks like they will flip the field though, because the ball is on their own 43-yard line. So even if they have to punt right here, they can pin Ohio State inside their own 20. So that's a plus, I guess. Quarterback scramble. The defender has the edge. He's going to launch it. That's a good pass. Michigan complete. Wow. Good play by McCarthy right there. A little bit dangerous. He kind of just lobbed it up there, but I guess he saw that Bell was 100% wide open, so he threw off his back foot. Usually when you see a quarterback throw off their back foot like that, it spells trouble. He was scrambling to his left. He stops, doesn't really get planted, like I said, he threw off his back foot and just kind of lobbed it in there. So that's very fortunate for Michigan. Good play though. Good play. I'm not going to take anything away from that. That's a good play. Dangerous play, but good play. So Michigan is in business down on the Ohio State 24-yard line. Oh, terrible play call. They want grounding on that. They might get it too. I'm not seeing a receiver. Yep. Strongly influenced by the crowd, but it is what it is. That was the right call because the only players that were around. Well, this was a screenplay. That might be on their running back because you can tell they were allowing the linemen to bust through. So they were trying to set up a screenplay. So you could argue that. It was a screenplay and he was trying to get it off to the screen. But the problem is the only people that were around whenever he threw the ball was offensive linemen. So I think that's the right call. I think intentional grounding was the right call, guys. You could use what I was saying was you could use the argument that it was a screenplay, but ultimately you can't throw it to a lineman. So yes, that was the correct call for sure. So now it's a 2nd and 25. Yikes. 2nd and 25. That is not good. So they had one big play and then one bad play in your 2nd and 25, both on the quarterback. Great play by the quarterback to get them within scoring range, at least a field goal, and then one bad play to get them right back out because they're not even in field goal range. How does that happen? Well, they might be in field goal range like very far. I mean, you'd be looking at a 50-some yard field goal. This is going to be a 3rd and 20. That pass was incomplete. Wow. Self-destructing. They had one great play, and now they self-destructed themselves into a 3rd and 20. That might have just been a terrible play call on that first down, by the way, because he was calling for a screen. Calling a screen whenever the defense is blitzing, and it's a very fast defense. Not. Timeout, Michigan. They need to settle down. All right. Of course, fair catch interference by West Virginia. Undisciplined. You can't do that. Clemson's now up on South Carolina 14-0. That game can get out of hand fast. Looks like an injury for a South Carolina player as well. So West Virginia punts to Oklahoma State, and of course, fair catch interference. I don't know what kind of case Neil Brown can argue to the official on that. He definitely got to the guy before the ball got to him. That was interference. That comes down to coaching. You got to coach better than that. So Oklahoma State, good field position, and he caught it because we have a terrible defense. Whoa. I don't know if that was accidental, but it looked like our guy threw a headbutt. Maybe it was just him pulling him up or whatever, but I'm telling you, there for a second, it looked like a headbutt. Good defense right there. Oklahoma State tries to run it. I'd like to see what happened at the end of this play because it looked like he that actually wasn't terrible defense. That was just a really good throw for that particular play. Now, don't get me wrong, West Virginia still has a terrible defense, but for that play, that was just a really good play for Oklahoma State. 2nd and 9. Ball on the West Virginia 13. Holding them to a field goal would be a massive win right here. Massive win. Incomplete. Good coverage right there. So Oklahoma State's now looking at a 3rd and 9. One good stop right here, and that's a win. A field goal right here is a big win. Now, we have such a bad defense, they could go for it on 4th down. There's that. Third and 9, back to pass. Got it. 1st down. Chill out, guys. Don't draw a flag. 1st down is bad enough. Yeah, it looks like Georgia Tech held Georgia to a field goal. So the score of that game is now 7-3. Man, Georgia Tech is they're putting up a good fight against Georgia so far. As the game wears on, though, depth comes into play, and we all know that Georgia has much better depth than Georgia Tech. So I am not predicting an upset here. I did think that a 35-point spread was a little much. So far, that looks to be true. 18 seconds left in the first quarter, and Georgia Tech leads 7-3. Clemson's still up on South Carolina 14-0. Looks like South Carolina has the ball, though. Did Oklahoma State score? I don't know. It's still on commercial. Looks like South Carolina's on a 4th and 10. I think they took a shot on that play, and, of course, Spencer Rattler. Man, what a bust he's turned out to be. Oh, that should have been picked off by Clemson. You know, I take that back. I don't think he's a bust. I just don't think he lived up to the hype that that he was given out of high school. But I mean, South Carolina is 7-4, so they've done better with him, slightly better. He's just not that phenomenal quarterback that everybody thought he was. Great special teams coverage by South Carolina. It looks like they downed the ball on the Clemson 1-yard line. So that's pretty good special teams by South Carolina. That's a win. Oh, yep. This is close. Ball. Got it right there. Drops it. Did not cross the plane. And it gets a good bounce. That is a perfect coverage right there. South Carolina just executed a perfect coverage on the punt. The ball bounced exactly the way it needed to. The guy picked it up exactly where he needed to and dropped it exactly. And even when he dropped it, the ball dropped dead right there. So, but then immediately, of course, Clemson gets the 1st down. There is a flag on the play. Looks like it could be holding. So Clemson's going to be back on their 1 foot, the 1 foot line, because it's half the distance, and they were already on the 1. So yeah, that's not good. It's not good. But they're up 14-0, so they're not necessarily worried right now. How about USA and England playing to a draw the other day? That's actually a win for USA because England was considered to be a much better soccer team than the United States. So even though we didn't win that game, a draw is still a win for USA because it's better than a loss, right? And they were supposed to lose. It looks like Michigan did score on a 49-yard field goal, so new score 7-3, Ohio State over Michigan. There's something. It looks like Oklahoma State just scored. Yeah, Oklahoma State just scored, so we are tied 7-7. So far, an interesting start to rivalry week. West Virginia took the lead, but now Oklahoma State has tied it. Now, this is rivalry week. But this is not a rivalry, so meaningless game for West Virginia, and Oklahoma State is trying to get to a halfway decent bowl. So, but I'm a West Virginia fan, so I got to check on it from time to time, guys. We did beat Oklahoma this year for the first time since joining the Big 12, so there's that. All right, Georgia Tech now has the ball with a 2nd and 9 and a flag out of a timeout. False start. Crowd's affecting them already. But after the first quarter, who would have thought that Georgia Tech, albeit just 7-3, not many people would have bet that Georgia Tech would have had the lead. There's obscure bets you can make out there, and I'm sure people could have made that bet of Georgia Tech leading after the first quarter, and if you would have made that bet, you would have hit it, and the odds were probably pretty good, so you probably would have cashed out pretty decent on that one. Start of the second quarter, they did have a flag, so it's 2nd and 14. Swing pass out to the right. They gain all of the penalty yardage, and it looks like they got a first down, actually. Where was the edge for the Georgia defense on that one? That's a little bit concerning. That doesn't make sense. Yikes. They're supposed to have good speed from sideline to sideline. So how they weren't able to get to him on a 2nd and 14 before he got to the first down, I have no idea. They're just showing a stat against ranked opponents. Jeff Collins was 1-10. This new coach is 2-0. And yes, Georgia Tech is ranked. So was that a catch? No, that was incomplete 2nd down. Very athletic play, though. And he's wanting a penalty on that. And let's see. No, there's no penalty on that. That's close. I would say that's at least reviewable. They got to review that. They have to get your coach on that. That's reviewable. Get him to review that. It looked like his toe could have been down. That needs to be reviewed. There you go. They are reviewing it. Even if it turns out to be incomplete, that's fine. But that was a close enough play to where it needed to be reviewed. What's the difference between 7-4 and 4-7? Going to a bowl, being halfway decent, playing for something, affects your recruiting. There's pretty significant difference. It's pretty much the opposite of each other, I would say. I would much rather be 7-4 right now than 4-7. Playing for something. Jeez. You know, I actually have several friends who are Pitt fans, Virginia Tech fans, Texas fans, so on and so forth. West Virginia is so bad this year that it's not even fun for them to trash talk us this year. That's how bad we are. Like, it's almost like it would be the equivalent of making fun of a disabled person. It's just not right. You just don't do that. West Virginia is so bad that people are like, I'd feel bad if I made fun. Man, Garrett Green making plays with his legs on the loose. Flag. Gonna be holding. That dude is crazy. You don't need to hold whenever he takes off. He will make them miss. Why would you hold? Right there. Yeah. And unnecessary. He was already past you. Why did you hold? That was a stupid, stupid play. I don't understand when linemen do that. Freaking Doug Nestor. He's already past you. Like, if you don't hold him, somehow the defensive lineman is going to get. What? 3rd and 20. Good job, Nestor. Good job, buddy. Jailbreak. Good play call, though. Get half of it back. Got a punt. All because of you, stupid Nestor. Why did you do... Man. Garrett Green had... the mistakes that we make absolutely no sense. Garrett Green's taken off. He's already passed you. 30-yard gain, and you hold. Why? Why? Stupid. Oh, roughing the kicker. Roughing the kicker. Yeah. Oklahoma State's going to be flagged. I saw that. It's going to be roughing the kicker, and even the crowd reacted. It's either roughing or kicking out or running into something, because you saw him collapsing on the kicker. I think it's going to be running into, because they're talking to the coach to see if he wants to take the penalty or let the play stand. So good news is there's a flag. Bad news is it looks like it's just running into the kicker, which is 5 yards. That doesn't get us a first down. We need a roughing to get the first down. Yeah, it's just running. And we declined it. Okay. So that turned out to be nothing. Doug Nestor, man, why did you do that? When they showed the replay of that, Garrett Green was already past Doug Nestor. So why he did that makes I understand why some people hold, to keep their quarterback from getting sacked or to keep from a touchdown. You'd rather have the penalty than the touchdown. I understand that. You got meat. You want to hold to prevent a score. But Doug Nestor, my gosh. Pitt in serious talk with C.J. Donaldson. Doesn't surprise me. Probably a lot of people are in serious talks with C.J. Donaldson because we can't keep our best players because we suck. So, yeah, I wouldn't blame him either. I really wouldn't. Although serious talks, that's a weird way to word it, because that this is college. Like, they have to enter the transfer portal and then announce that they're leaving. So, like, serious talks, that's actually tampering. I don't know if I would word it that way. If Pitt and C.J. Donaldson would, like, for real be in serious talks, that's actually tampering. That would not be good. So I would word it like this. C.J. Donaldson is probably going to head to the transfer portal and is thinking about going to Pitt. That's how I would word that, which I would understand. Man, that holding made no sense. I don't. South Carolina threatening. Clemson still up 14-0. They have a 2nd and goal. And they can't gain a yard. They're on the 2-yard line, and they can't gain a yard. So it's going to be 3rd and goal for South Carolina. Coaches need to not get so cute down here on goal-to-go situations. They try to get too cute and design these plays that are absolutely ridiculous. What I would do is I would fake the handoff, run a boot, and give it to the tight end. Instead, they run a play to the terrible play call by the coach. Just like I said, I knew that was going to happen too because coaches have been getting too cute down here on the goal-to-go situations, and that's exactly. He called a play to where he thought he was going to bounce to the outside to the strong side of the defense where the offensive line was outnumbered. And, of course, a dude does not have enough speed to outrun 3 or 4 defenders. Terrible play call. You fake the run inside, run a bootleg, and run your tight end to the flat. You would have had a touchdown. I'm telling you right now, Clemson was committed to the run. If you would have ran that play, touchdown. South Carolina's going for it on 4th down. Spencer's back to pass. Touchdown, South Carolina. Wow. Back of the end zone. Those touchdown passes by anybody, not just Spencer Rattler, to the back of the end zone have always impressed me because that takes such precise timing both by the quarterback and the receiver. When you're going down the field and you're throwing to a spot in the zone or breaking on a route, that takes skill. But whenever you're throwing to a spot in the back of the end zone where the ball has to be in front of your receiver, but behind the defender that's covering, and the receiver has to stay in bounds, the timing of that entire play is one of the things that impresses me the most whenever somebody throws a touchdown pass. Any type of touchdown pass, that one impresses me the most because of everything that's involved. So South Carolina scores, and now they're down 14-7. Good touchdown pass by Spencer Rattler, yes. Unsportsmanlike on the defense, of course. What happened though? And that was going to be a 4th down too. I didn't see anything, but whatever it was, it kept the drive alive. Stupid. Like, we are so poorly coached. Terrible mental mistake. Keeps the drive alive. Oklahoma State should be punting right now, but instead, they're not. We should have had a 1st down, but instead, we didn't. Why? Stupid hold. 1st down, Oklahoma State. I don't know why I'm getting so emotional about it. I mean, we suck. This doesn't mean anything. Why am I still invested? I don't know. I guess that's just a fan in me. This game is very, very meaningless. I'm still invested. I'm still a fan, you know? It looks like right now for this season, my entire purpose of watching West Virginia games was to see all the bad things and point out all the bad things and everything that's wrong with West Virginia. That was my purpose for being a West Virginia fan this year, to see everything that was negative and to talk about it, to point it out, and to complain about it. That was the point of my existence as a West Virginia fan this year. Yeah. Awesome year, 2022, awesome year, the year of the complaining. Everybody is on commercials. Everybody. There we go. Georgia Tech. You think Notre Dame affects the playoffs again? Because think about it. Notre Dame beats North Carolina, right? I think if North Carolina beats Notre Dame, they don't lose to Georgia Tech. And then Clemson beats Notre Dame. And you're looking at a North Carolina versus Clemson in the ACC championship. 2 undefeated teams. Winner gets in. Loser, maybe not necessarily out. And then this evening, Notre Dame can knock. Oh, big run by Georgia. Big run. Still on his feet. Down to the 35-yard line. That was about a 40-yard run right there. Busted it wide open. Man, they parted the sea right there for sure. Great speed by McIntosh. But yeah, Notre Dame could knock USC out of the playoffs this evening as well. So Notre Dame has been a factor in the playoffs, even though they're not going to the playoffs. They have been a factor for sure. Georgia running another run play. They're gonna wear on this Georgia Tech defense with that run game. That's another 7 or 8 yard game right there. 7 or 8 yard gain right there. Checking Clemson, South Carolina as well. That's going to commercial. Let's go back to Georgia Tech, I guess. Another big run down inside the 10. First down, Georgia. Looks like Georgia's about to take the lead unless Georgia Tech can somehow hold them to a field goal. Think about that. As much as Georgia has gashed Georgia Tech on this drive, if they can hold them to a field goal, Georgia Tech will still have the lead. So this is a big-time series for the Georgia Tech defense. They're in scoring position, but you still have a chance to hold them. And it is a first and goal on the 9.5 yard line, so you get a lot of yards between yourself and the goal line. Georgia runs up the middle, gain about 2. So it's going to be second and goal. About 9 minutes left in the second quarter. And I bet Uncle Lou's not happy about this one. So far, so not great for Georgia. It's going to be second and goal down on the Georgia Tech 8 yard line. So it was a gain of 1 or 1.5, something like that. In the shotgun, they're going to run it to the right side, down to the 5. This is going to be interesting. We could be looking at a 2-down situation here. 2 downs to get 5 yards. So it looks like Georgia Tech might be in this mindset of, yes, you might gash us in the open field, but when we get down to this goal-to-go situation, we're going to hold you to a field goal. That's a good recipe. But third and goal from the 5, so they still got to hold them right here. Or the 4.5, I should say. Stetson back to pass. Touchdown. Great play by Georgia. Georgia Tech had that covered. That was just a good athletic catch by the receiver. Georgia takes the lead. There you go. And West Virginia's defense got a sack. I'll take it. Few and far between as far as good plays for the defense. I'll take a sack right there. Still tied at 7. This is going to be it's fourth down. So it looks like Oklahoma State will have to punt. Low scoring game, 7-7. About 8.5 minutes left in the second quarter so far. Low scoring. Don't mess up this punt, dude. Oh, ran into him. Oh, never mind. I thought we were going to have interference on Oklahoma State, but it was a decoy. Good hold by the defense. I'll take it. Clemson with a 1st and 10, ball on their own 45. They're still up 14-7. DJ with a fake, going back to the outside. Oh, has him wide open. Overthrows him. That's on DJ. Dude, Williams was running wide open. That one got away from him a little bit. That should have been a touch. Actually, if that receiver catches the ball right there, touchdown Clemson. So maybe the quarterback got a little bit too anxious with that and saw the open greenery. Second and 10 for Clemson. 45, their own. They're going to run a sweep to the right. No, DJ coming back in. Terrible play call. He should have handed it off. That was a bad read by DJ. That one's on DJ as well. That was a bad read. Score updates right now. Georgia is up on Georgia Tech 10-7. Clemson still up on South Carolina 14-7. Oklahoma State and West Virginia are still tied at 7. Ohio State is now up on Michigan 10-3. They have the ball on a 2nd and 13. It's going to be a 3rd and about 8. That was a decent play. He gained about 5 or 6, so it's going to bring up a 3rd and manageable. 3rd and 5. Excuse me. So he gained 8, and it's 3rd and 5. If Michigan doesn't come up with a stop here, they're in deep trouble. This could get out of hand. They definitely need a stop right here. And if you're Ohio State, this could be 2-down territory. And it's going to be close. It's going to be 4th and 2. Let's see what Ohio State wants to do here. I would go for it right here because you have a chance to, kind of just step on the gas and take Michigan out of the football game early. Now, the game wouldn't be over, of course, but stretching the lead to 17-3, that's a big deficit on the road against a good Ohio State. 4th and 2, and it does look like Ohio State's going to go for it. We'll see what happens. Yes, they're definitely going to try to draw them off sides. We all know that. So Michigan's got to stay sound with that. They don't do it. Fake handoff. CJ Stroud back to pass and not caught. Wow, what a stop. Questionable play call. Questionable play call. I'm not sure about that one, Ryan Day. I'm not sure about that one. The receiver had a chance to. I mean, that was definitely on C.J. Stroud. The dude was open, and the receiver got one hand on it. I don't like the play call right there. That didn't make. If you're going to pass it on a 4th and 2, you want to call a quick slant. I would actually call double slants and just see which one's open. That one, not too sure about that one. That one didn't make a lot of sense to me. Looks like Oklahoma State has the ball back. We're looking at let's see. By the way, I switched back to West Virginia, Oklahoma State. West Virginia is still tied at 7, but now Oklahoma State has the ball, and they are driving. This is going to be a 2nd and 6 ball on the West Virginia 29-yard line. like I said, this game is meaningless for West Virginia, but I guess the fan in me still cares. This is going to be a 3rd and 2, so a decent stop by the defense. There's going to be a lot of questions if Neil Brown stays at West Virginia, there's going to be a lot of questions on this defense. We have got to get bigger bodies in here. One of the biggest issues is West Virginia has one of the smallest defenses as far as size goes in the entire FBS. We went out to the transfer portal and we got great playmakers in the FCS, but the problem with that is they have FCS size. I'm talking about Jasir Cox and Marcus Floyd, and they did great at the FCS level, but they don't have the size for FBS. So they're getting mowed over time after time after time. Exree Lowe has been a big letdown this year. Charles Woods, our only bright spot, got injured, and it looks like he's transferring out. So our defense is in absolute shambles. I hope we don't keep Neil Brown, but if we do, major overhaul. Tony Gibson, bring back freaking Tony Gibson. I would be okay with Tony Gibson being the head coach, but at minimum, defensive coordinator. Look at what he's done at NC State. My gosh. Last night, they went on the road and not upset, but beat North Carolina. I mean, he's done wonders for the NC State defense. That's been their bread and butter. Our offense is on the up and up, and I think the future of our offense is looking really good with Nico Markle and Garrett Green. Even if we have to run a 2-quarterback system, I think our offense is in a good situation. John Waffle, appreciate your donation and your support, buddy. Says, serious question. Do you think WU should drop to the FCS? I think they could compete better with teams because like Delaware and William & Mary, the players just aren't in West Virginia to compete at the FBS level. That is not a serious question. Come on, man. That's a troll comment. No, West Virginia should not go to the FBS level. It's actually that's the opposite of what I was trying to say, because with the size that we have on defense, that statement makes sense. But the problem is we shouldn't be trying to get FCS level players. So I guess your comment does make sense because West Virginia did go out and get FCS size players on the defense, and we have an FCS defense. So no, we shouldn't do that. But for this year, the only way for West Virginia to have success, probably the FCS level. I guess that's the way I want to answer that. Should West Virginia do that? Absolutely not. That's ridiculous. One bad year doesn't mean you drop a whole level. But to spin that question around for this year, yes, the only way West Virginia could have had success and had a winning season and get to a bowl would be to be in the FCS. So that's how I'm going to spin that. But serious question? Come on, man. That was not a serious question. I mean, if that was a serious question, that means that Pitt beat an FCS team at home by 7. That wouldn't be a good look on Pitt either. I will say this, and I'm being serious. This might come off as me just blowing smoke or whatever. I will say this. If West Virginia wants to keep spending Group of 5 money but hope to have Power 5 success, then West Virginia would deserve to be bumped down to Group of 5 status. If you want to spend Group of 5 money, maybe you deserve to be bumped down to Group of 5 status. It would be one thing if we didn't have the money to pay Power 5 salary, but we do. We still keep choosing to go Group of 5 salary. We're never going to have success in the Power 5, at least consistently, if we're going to keep paying Group of 5 salary. And I'm not saying that Neil Brown deserves that Power 5 money. Not at all. He does not. He does not. What I'm saying is we need to go out and get a real Power 5 coaching staff and spend Power 5 money. Otherwise, we're going to keep getting the same results over and over and over. I gave you the 2 examples. back when Rich Rod left, he asked for that raise. I don't like how he left. Do not get this twisted. I don't like how he left. But the reason he left was he asked for a raise that he knew West Virginia had. If he didn't know we had it, he wouldn't have asked for it. He wasn't asking for Michigan money or Texas money or anything like that. He was asking for the raise that he knew West Virginia had. West Virginia said no. Fast forward to Dana Holgorsen. He also asked West Virginia for a raise that he knew West Virginia had. I'm glad West Virginia didn't give him that raise because Dana Holgorsen's not a good head coach. But my point is, they knew West Virginia had the money for that raise. Where is that money going? We have boosters that own professional football teams, multi-millionaires, billionaires. Where is that money going? We have got to start investing in the football program. And Clemson was in the same exact position as West Virginia a decade ago. What happened? They went all in. What happened? Oh, West Virginia got to stop. Turnover on downs. Oklahoma State went for it on fourth down, and West Virginia stopped them. Wow. That's bad, Oklahoma State. You just made yourself look bad. How do I know we have the money? I know. Just trust me. I know. I've talked to people. I know who our donors is. I know who our donors are. I know how much, like, one of our biggest donors is the actual team owner of the Arizona Diamondbacks. But we also have other boosters that are high-level businessmen. They own their own companies. They own other professional sports teams. I'm telling you, the money is there. I know this. And the reason I said that is because I wondered that myself. I'm like, do we not have the money? I didn't know. So I went out and started talking to people, started to find out who our boosters are, started to find out how much those boosters give, how much of that is supposed to be going to football. That's why I'm making a big deal out of it, because now I do know that West Virginia has the money. I didn't know before the start of the season because I've never looked into it. As West Virginia's decline was apparent, I started looking into it because I was like, man, if we're not able to compete with, the Liberties and Cincinnati's and whoever's as far as salary goes, and their group of 5 teams, yes, they're about to be bumped up, but right now they're group of 5 teams, then how are we going to ever have success? So I looked into it. I'm telling you, I know for a fact we have the money to afford a Power 5 staff. Whenever I say Power 5 staff, I'm not talking about like Nick Saban, not that level, not Texas A&M money, not Alabama money, not Michigan money. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is we can afford, probably the cap would be $8 million. $7 million, I would be more comfortable. Right now, we're paying our coaches $5 million. I mean, $2 million a year, that's a big deal. That's a big incentive for a coach to come to West Virginia. So we have to be competitive with the Nebraskas, the Wisconsins, other teams like that. I don't expect us to be competitive with the Michigans, the Alabamas, that type. But we have to be competitive with the other programs that are at our level. And we're not willing to spend the money. And I have no idea why. That's what I'm trying to figure out. That's what I'm in the middle of. West Virginia 3rd and 4. Garrett Green. Incomplete. That might be a flag on Oklahoma State, though. So the weather might be in the favor of West Virginia for this particular game because it's rainy and we have kind of stopped throwing the ball. We're kind of doing the RPO with Garrett Green, and we're chunking plays on Oklahoma State. So this could keep the game close if Oklahoma State continues to not be able to stop Garrett Green whenever he takes off. Yeah, pass interference on the defense, so West Virginia's going to have a first down. 2.5 minutes remaining in the first half, and we're still tied 7-7. This is a sloppy game. Oh, yeah, he did get to him a little bit sooner. So I agree with that. I thought it was questionable at first. By the way, shout out to John Waffleman. Pitt fan, but great supporter of Golden Blue Dude. He's definitely sent in the donations today. Appreciate, and I know one of those was a troll comment, but still, he knows what he's doing. He knows he's supporting the channel, and buddy, we salute you. As a Pitt fan, you're still supporting the channel, and we appreciate it. And that, I think that goes back to the point that I was trying to make. What kind of pass was that? Good gosh, Garrett Green, what were you doing? I think that goes back to the point that I was making earlier. West Virginia is so bad this year that even our rivals, well, maybe not Virginia Tech because they're even worse, but Texas, Pitt fans, Syracuse fans, whoever, teams that usually trash talk us kind of feel bad because we are that bad. Like I said earlier, the example that I gave would be making fun of a disabled person. You would never do that because that's messed up. They're disabled. They can't help it. West Virginia looks like a disabled person out there playing football, so people feel bad making fun of them because we are that bad. It's just horrible. It's terrible. So Oklahoma State gives West Virginia a fresh set of downs, and it looks like we're now at a 3rd and 10 because they're trying to pass the ball with Garrett Green, and they can't even see over the offensive line. Stop calling passing, especially on 1st and 2nd downs. We're going back to bad play callings. Why would you do that? You have Garrett Green out there. His forte is to tuck it and run. He cannot see over the offensive line, and you're still calling pass plays. That's stupid. Why? And we're passing again. And the pass was over his head. Listen, Garrett Green is not a pocket passer. Why are you... Nonsense. He called 3 straight plays, and I don't know if this was on Neil Brown or Graham Harrell, but whoever it was, shame on you, you freaking idiot. 3 straight plays where Garrett Green dropped back to pass. Why? If you're going to call those plays, either have JT or Nico in. That's not Garrett Green's strong suit. You're literally chopping his legs off when you do that. You're literally chopping his legs off. You're taking his legs out of the equation. I can't make sense of it, guys. I can't. This whole freaking season, I can't. Clemson. Oh, Clemson's up 16-14 now. So apparently South Carolina scored and then got safetied. And Clemson, that's a big gain down to about the 15-yard line. So looks like Clemson might be about to score. I missed something in Death Valley because it's 16-14. What a weird score. That's the play that DJ should have hit earlier. Remember whenever he overthrew him? Same exact play, except this time he hit him and it almost went to the house. So they have a 1st and 10 down on the South Carolina, 15-yard line. Big play. But I will say this, South Carolina is being competitive, and they're staying in the game, even if Clemson scores here. DJ Keeper, terrible play call by the coach. That was definitely a designed quarterback draw. Weird. Weird stuff. I don't... Hold on, guys. I actually switched juices. I usually do the custard. Now I'll do this banana nut flavor. It's even better. I don't know. I've always loved banana nut bread, and I didn't even know they had this flavor. So it's and I'm not promoting this. I'm not advocating this. I was a smoker for 15 years, and this is a better choice. But if you're not a smoker or you don't vape, don't start. It is very addictive. It is bad for your health. Don't start. This is not me promoting it. This is not me advocating it. This is the better choice. Still not a great choice, but a better choice over what I was doing. Looks like a hurt hand for Bo Collins, one of their best wide receivers. I don't know if it's a broken wrist or what, but that's not looking good. So 3rd and 8 for Clemson. 3rd and 6, for Clemson. They're in the red zone. They're down on the South Carolina 12-yard line. So a field goal would stretch this to 19-14. Still weird score, but they're going for a touchdown, wide open touchdown, Clemson. That was a busted play by South Carolina. Wow. Big time bust. They had a chance to hold them. Had a chance. Blew it. All right, checking the Georgia Tech game. Was that a catch? It's still 10-7. Just a minute 10. That should have been interference on Georgia big time. That needs to be reviewed. He caught it. Did his foot come down? Look at this catch. Caught it. Oh, that was close, but he is out. He is out. That's a good call. But still, a minute 10 left, and Georgia's only up 10-7. They are going to review that. What did I tell y'all? I told y'all to take Georgia taking the points because I thought 35 was too much. Not saying that Georgia wasn't going to blow them out. I still thought Georgia was going to blow Georgia Tech out, but more like 20 to 24 points. So far, that pick is looking pretty good. Georgia's only up 10-7. So, yes, I'm sticking by that pick. Did he have control whenever that foot was in bounds? That's the question. That's close. That's close. His right foot is down, and he's got a catch. That can be ruled a catch. I don't know. We'll see what the officials say. Let's see. Oklahoma State is threatening again. 45 seconds left. 2nd and 8. They run and play out to the right. Almost a touchdown right then and there. Man, they're going to score right before halftime. You got to be kidding me. That's how bad our defense is. Unfreaking believable. Another play to the inside. Oh, terrible play call by Oklahoma State. What are they doing? Oklahoma State has no timeouts. No, they have one timeout. Excuse me. I'm not sure what kind of play they were trying to run right there, though. So it's going to be a second and goal with 27 seconds left in the first half. Somebody said Michigan got a touchdown. That went to commercial. So if Michigan got a touchdown, the new score should be tied 10-10, if I'm not mistaken. Let me check on that real quick. Yep, 10-10. 7.5 minutes left. That was a big turn of events whenever Ohio State went for it, and that was a bad play call. And now Michigan has scored and made it 10-10. Had they converted on that 4th and 2 and scored, it would be 17-3 instead of 10-10. That's a big switcheroo. Inside, that was incomplete. He might have dropped that on purpose because he knew he wasn't going to score and they didn't have timeouts. So now it's 3rd and goal with 24 seconds left. I don't think that Green is a bonehead quarterback. I think he's good at what he does, and that's the RPO. The problem with the last series is they dropped him back 3 consecutive times. He's a short quarterback and can't see past the line of scrimmage. Incomplete. West Virginia defense holds. Wow. 4th and goal. Does Gundy go for it, or does he take the points? He's going to take the points. That's a win. Well out of bounds. So, yes, that is a win. I don't think that Green is a bad quarterback. I just think they need to keep him where he's comfortable, and that's the RPO. Short passes and then zone read. Oh, terrible hold. Did he shank it? No, he got it. That was a weird field goal right there. That was weird. It looked like the holder was about to take the ball and run. Did anybody else see that? The hold was off, and watch the holder. He gets it down. Okay, it was just a high snap, but at first it looked like he was gonna take off and run. What a great hold! What a great hold! That was and the kicker even had to take a second. Even with everything that West Virginia needed to happen on that field goal, they still couldn't get a block or a miss. That's just that's the life of a West Virginia fan this year. 14 seconds left. Can they make a play on special teams? Highly doubtful, but you never know. Let's see here. Georgia Tech is trying to get in field goal range. There's 45 seconds left. This is a 3rd and 12. They need at least 10 to even think about a field goal. 45 seconds left, 3rd and 12. What kind of play call was that? That was on the coach. Terrible play call, coach. Terrible. So it's 3rd and 12, and they run a wheel route out of the backfield with the quarterback hitting him 1 yard past the line of scrimmage. Bad play call. That made no sense whatsoever. So Georgia Tech kind of in no man's land. 35 seconds left. Do they go for it? I would go for it because even if you don't get it here and you give Georgia the ball back, you're talking about 30 seconds. I mean, you might cost yourself a field goal, but I mean, I don't know. If you punt it, you're basically guaranteeing that Georgia's not going to score on you, but you're also conceding the fact that you're not going to score. So I don't know. This is looks like they're going to punt. Yep, they're going to punt. This is not a bad call. I'm okay with this. They're basically trying to guarantee that Georgia doesn't score. All right. See what happens on this last series. Georgia Tech punting. Georgia did come after it. They're trying to pin them. And he blasted it into the end zone. What? Why did he do that? Like, not even close. It was the back of the end zone. Like, as a punter, you got to be able to pooch that inside the 20. So, that one does not make sense. All right, 28 seconds left in the first half. See if Georgia can make something happen. No, they are going to kneel it. I have never been a fan of that. Never. You're basically giving up. 2 plays you can get in field goal range and at least get 3 points. I don't like the give up right there. I don't like it at all. Whatever. Georgia going into halftime up 10-7. By the way, halftime for West Virginia, Oklahoma State. Oklahoma State also up 10-7. Did Clemson just? What happened? Oh, South Carolina in scoring position. Apparently, Clemson made a play. Oh, Clemson picked him off in the end zone. What a bad throw by Spencer Rattler. I think they said that was the second time he did that too. So Clemson has the lead 23-14. South Carolina had a chance to pull it within 2, but of course Spencer Rattler doesn't allow. See, that's like throw it away, man. Like when you're under pressure, you have to throw it away because you took 3 points from your team right there. Idiot. You have to throw it away. Why do quarterbacks not know how to do that anymore? Blows my mind. They'd rather take a chance on a 2-1, 2-on-1, and of course, you're going to get picked off. Forcing a throw is never a good idea. Ask JT Daniels. He's a good quarterback, but pretty much every time he's forced a throw, interception. So Ohio State adds a field goal. They are up 13-10. 5.5 minutes left in the first half. Why? Because it took them forever to kick off, and then the first 4 plays went out of bounds. So it took them 20 minutes to run 45 seconds off the clock. That's why there's still 5.5 minutes left in the first half. They are most certainly trying to drag this game out. But that stop on 4th down is turning out to be pretty big for Michigan. They could be down upwards 20-3 right now, but instead they did stop Ohio State on that 4th and 2, and then they scored, and Ohio State added a field goal. So it's only 13-10. Michigan's defense has kept them in this football game. Both offenses not looking great. McCarthy back to pass. Looks like he's going to launch it deep down. He's wide open. He's wide open. Holy crap. Michigan's going to score. Michigan's going to score. Wow. What a play. Busted coverage by Ohio State. Busted coverage by Ohio State. Wow. That was an easy pitch and throw touchdown pass by McCarthy right there. What happened? Unbelievable. Wow. Somebody messed up big time on the defense right there. Big time.
Hey. What's going on?
Michigan just scored on a busted play by the Ohio State defense. Now they're up 17-13. Massive play by Michigan. Massive, massive play. Wow. Who bit? I'm trying to figure out. Oh, the safety went left and the receiver juked him right. Wow. Where was the other safety? It looked like it was one-on-one coverage with the safety on the wide receiver on that one. He had absolutely no help on that.
For this West Virginia game, man, the score looks close. But, if you look at the box score, it's not even close. They've got 160 yards passing. They got like 30 yards rushing. We've only got 48 yards passing and like 40 yards rushing. So it's not that much that great.
Yeah, we have a terrible defense, and our offense isn't clicking right now. If we can put up some points, I mean, Oklahoma State does not have a good offense, so if we could put up some points, we'd have a chance. But maybe the
I know.
weather has neutralized, the passing game, and then we keep dropping Garrett Green back to pass. I don't know why, and that's not his strong suit. If you're going to have Garrett Green in there, then run Garrett Green plays. It's pretty simple.
Yeah. It's crazy.
Oh,
but anyway, I thought I'd come in for a second. Let everybody know that I'll go live tonight, probably about 7, maybe a little bit after 7. We'll stream a couple of the games tonight, sit there and talk and have some fun, talk some college football tonight. Some big games on tonight, so be sure and tune back in.
I'll be keeping my eye on that Notre Dame USC matchup. That's probably the biggest one of this evening.
Right, I'll probably definitely watch that one and have it on, so talk about it. Bring in a couple of fans or something. All right, man. Well, I'm just coming to let everybody know that I would do that tonight for them, and so that we'll have a live stream tonight as well. All right, we will talk to everybody later.
Absolutely. Talk to everybody later on, then. College football. We got to make it count. This is the last week of the college football season.
Yep. And you need to boot me out of here so that I don't shut the stream down.
No problem, man. Wait, before you get out of here, what time are you going to go live?
It'll probably be between 7 and 7:30, somewhere around there. I'm gonna try to go at 7, but it might be closer to 7:30.
Gotcha. 7:30. Keep that in mind. So we're doing a full game. Good job, buddy. Thank you. Big play by Ohio State. So they're trying to strike back on Michigan. It's still hard to believe, guys. I cannot believe that this is the last week of the 2022 college football season. Ohio State has a 1st and 10 down on their own 36-yard line. A defensive stop here for Michigan would be huge. If they could go into halftime with the lead, that would be a big win. But it looks like Ohio State is running the ball effectively on the Michigan defense. I don't know what's going on. If maybe the front 7 is getting a little tired. They have good coverage on the pass plays, but on the run games, they're still getting gashed. Second and 3 for Ohio State, getting close to midfield. About 4.5 minutes left in the first half. C.J. Stroud, plenty of time to pass. Picked the Michigan defense apart, goes out of bounds around the Michigan 42. So that's a first down for Ohio State. They got to get a stop here or at least force Ohio State into a field goal. I'm not understanding what that zone was trying to accomplish. They just showed a replay, and Michigan was running a zone, and all 3 of the defenders were running in the same direction. That's not what a zone is supposed to do, not at all. One-on-one coverage, touchdown, Ohio State. Wow, they strike back fast. Fast. Touchdown, Buckeyes. This is turning out to be a good one, folks. Started off a little slow, but it's starting to heat up. And the emotions are definitely kicking in because in this last series, there was a bit of a scuffle on the sidelines between the Michigan and Ohio State players. So keep your eyes on possible fights and ejections because the emotions are already heating up. So Ohio State takes the lead back. Michigan had it briefly, but Ohio State immediately takes it back, 20-17. About 4 minutes left. Good game. Halftime at the Clemson Carolina game. I think the score is still 24 to, what is it? 23 to 14. And it could be 23 to 21 or 23 to 17, but Spencer Rattler literally took points off the board for South Carolina. They had a goal-to-go situation down inside the Clemson 5-yard line and throws the interception. You can't do that. You're even if it's just 3 points, you literally took points off the board for your team. Can't do that. Halftime in Clemson, which is about 10 minutes right down the road from me, 23 to 14, Clemson on top. This game could be closer or even in favor of South Carolina if it wasn't for Spencer Rattler. He's become a liability. Can't do that. You cannot do that. First and 10 for Michigan on their own 25. They have about 4 minutes to work with. Plenty of time. And they could leave plenty of time for Ohio State to strike back if they can score. Run up the middle. About 4 yards. It's going to be about 2nd down and 6. I still can't believe the busted coverage on that touchdown pass by McCarthy. The secondary of Ohio State just collapsed. I don't know what happened. Completely collapsed. 2nd and 6 for Michigan down on the 29-yard line. Wow, they just showed the rushing stats. And Ohio State has 120, Michigan only 5, and they gained 4 more right here. Are they just not running the ball, or just the front 7 of Ohio State just completely shut them down? I'm not sure what the story on that is. It's going to be a 3rd and 1. I'm old school when it comes to these 3rd and shorts. I would put your quarterback up under center, line 2 or 3 guys up behind him, and just push. Use the momentum. Use what you got behind and push. I don't like these cute, get fancy in the shotgun. So you're giving your quarterback an extra 4 yards to make up with the handoff. And, of course, he doesn't make it up. Terrible play call. Terrible play call. Why? Shotgun, handoff, and he's got to make up 4 yards on top of the extra yard. Put your quarterback under center and have 2 guys push him. Look, I'll never understand this play call. A shotgun handoff right there. That makes no sense. Why did they stop him? Because he had to make up 4 yards, and the defenders got to him before he made up those 4 yards. That's why. That's why you don't call shotgun on a 3rd and 1 like that. It's stupid. Does it work every once in a while? Yeah, every once in a while. But you're rolling the dice. You're rolling the dice. You're gambling, and it makes absolutely no sense. You messed up on that one, Harbaugh. You messed up on that one, buddy. Looks like Michigan's going to go for it. This is did they lose any yardage, or did they get any closer? That's what I'm. No, they're punting. They're punting. Man, you had a chance, dude, and you just caught a bad play. Bad play. Fair caught at the 20. I don't understand what some of these coaches are thinking with these 3rd and 1s or 3rd and goal or 4th and goal or 4th and 1, and it's really close, and you go back and shotgun. You're lining back 3 or 4 yards behind the line of scrimmage, so you have to make up 3 or 4 more yards. Why would you do that? It makes absolutely no sense. None. First and 10, Ohio State, ball on their own 20-yard line. They got about 2 minutes to work with, so they didn't even take that much time off the clock. Was that a behind the... That looked like it could have been... Let me see. No, that's a forward pass. That's a forward pass. They got it right. They got it right. Liberty is down big to New Mexico. Hugh Freeze gets a contract extension. Let's go get blown out by New Mexico. Ohio State seems to be playing it safe. Another run play. Gain of 5, so it's going to be 3rd and 4. 3rd and short, so gain of 6, I guess. They could give the ball back to Michigan and not run that much clock off. So some questionable play calling in these last few drives by both offenses. C.J. Stroud almost has 200 yards passing already. Wow. 3rd and 4. Ball on their own 26-yard line. What does Ohio State do now? Back in the shotgun. Almost picked off. Wow, that could have been taken to the house. Wow, if he would have picked that off, that would have been a pick 6. This was perfectly read by the linebacker. Dude, you bring that down. It was well over his head, so I cut him a break. I thought he had it in his hands. So Ohio State has to punt, and they don't run hardly any clock out. Michigan back to receive it up the middle. Made a couple moves, gained 5 yards. Gained some yards for your team. So Michigan gets the ball back. About 1 minute and 15 seconds left. So maybe they can at least tie it before halftime. No more stupid 3rd and 1 back in the shotgun play calls, Jim Harbaugh. Hopefully you learned your lesson. That was terrible. Terrible. One of the many upgrades that we will be making on Gold and Blue, dude. Just like, I've been preaching West Virginia needs to invest in their football program if they want to compete at the Power 5 level. Same with Gold and Blue, dude. We've been growing. We've been making some money. We've been saving some of that money. So we're going to be upgrading our facilities as well. We got some LED strip lights that will be lining our shelving. That shelving will be extended over to the edge of that door. So you're going to have shelving from there to there. And don't worry, I know the shelving looks like it's bowing. It's because that's birchwood. We're going to get 2x4s, straighten that out. And then, of course, at the top, we're going to have the top 25 shelf. It's going to stretch from the end of that wall all the way to that wall. And every week, the top 25 teams will be on the top 25 shelf. So I practice what I preach. I've been preaching West Virginia needs to invest in their program. It's time for Gold and Blue to reinvest. Next step is the LED lighting. And I've been using the other spotlight to light up the back. I think this is going to look even better. So there you go, guys. Other big upgrades. We're going to have a brand new website that's going to consolidate everything all into one site. You'll be able to go to Patreon there. You'll be able to go to the YouTube channel. Michigan pulled down quarterback keeper down to about the 40-yard line. Why he didn't slide, I don't know. That didn't make any sense. Why did they not? Whoa. He got a first down, and they didn't stop the clock. They're going to have to put more time on the clock. I think Michigan did stop the call a timeout afterwards, but they're going to have to put more time on the clock as well. Hillbilly Skeptic says, I got your Kentucky helmet mailing next week. Awesome, buddy. We don't have... we have a lot of helmets. You guys answered the bell whenever it comes to representing your teams. And I have seen your comments as far as, hey, where's my pennant? Hey, where's my t-shirt? Hey, and I understand I don't have it up right now. So you already know we've been remodeling the set, right? So in the front right here, that shelf, and it's going to be extended. What we're going to do is this front is still going to be walled. So all that stuff will be able to go here and off to the side. So we'll have space over there, space over there. We'll still have this shelf. So don't worry. All the other stuff that you guys are sending me, it will be displayed. I promise you that. All right? We're just in the middle of figuring out what we want to do next. And stretching this is the next thing. So the pinwheel of pennants, it's coming back. I promise you that. All your flags, everything will be represented. And then, of course, the mini helmets. You guys are awesome. You guys are awesome. And Hillbilly Skeptic says he's sitting in the Kentucky helmet. Yes, we do not have a Kentucky mini helmet just yet, so we need it. You need it. Other big names that we don't have yet, that's kind of surprised me. We don't have a Tennessee mini helmet. We don't have, let's see, Texas. That one kind of surprised me. We don't have a Texas mini helmet. We don't have Nebraska mini helmets. A lot of SEC teams we don't have as well, like Auburn, Ole Miss, Texas A&M. That one's a little surprising. Florida, the Gators, South Carolina. I know we have a lot of South Carolina viewers. We don't have the South Carolina one. Let's see here, just in case you guys. There you go. So if you want to send gear to represent your team, there is the address, P.O. Box 360, Liberty, South Carolina, 29657. And I have gotten a few items in the past week, and I haven't done my shout-out video for those items. Don't worry, that is coming. We just had a rough couple weeks because we had the flu run through, and then, of course, Thanksgiving. And, of course, hold on. All you guys that have sent me the address to get your koozies, I do have them. I do have them, and I do have your address. We just haven't had, well, the health and then the time this week for the because of Thanksgiving. But Monday, we are sending them out. I got them right here, guys. I promise. They're coming. I know I said that 2 weeks ago, and then we got hit by the flu. So I do apologize. But they are coming. So Michigan, they might not. Why would you even snap this? They could have ran out the clock by not even snapping it. But Ohio State will probably nail it anyways. So it looks like Ohio State will go in halftime up 20-17. Going back to Oklahoma State, West Virginia, I forgot that they were back on. It looks like they're looking for targeting. Score update on Georgia Tech. Bulldogs still up 10-7. Start of the third. Yeah, he was going for a football move, and the helmets collided. Yeah, that's targeting, but, whatever. If you want to go by old school rules, then get rid of targeting. But if you're going by targeting rules, then that should have been targeting. 3rd and 4, West Virginia ball on, what is that, the 26? Can't even tell. They're zoomed in a little bit too much. Oh, man. Or maybe the number. I don't like this play call. It's to the outside. He's got to make a play, and he don't quite make the play. I didn't like that play call. I do like Jalen Anderson, though. This is a 4th down and very, very close. You got to go for it. Nico Marco is in right now, by the way, guys. I like that call. We need to make sure that we're consistent, though. I would at least give these quarterbacks back-to-back drives, not just one. Oh, well, it didn't quite work out. No. Give them back-to-back drives, and then go to Green, back-to-back drives like that. At least they can get in some rhythm, and then if they start doing some good things, you can keep them in longer. I don't like this one, and it looks like we're going for it on 4th and 1, ball on their own 29. Hey, we got nothing to lose, right? And we got it. Gamble play pays off. Jalen Anderson muscles his way for the first down. I'll take it. Hey, we're 4-7. We're not going to a bowl. Losing this game isn't make or break. Our season is already done. This is our bowl. It's time to go for it, even if it looks like a bad decision. And Jalen Anderson was stopped in the backfield, but he just muscled his way through. So, hey, in a regular game where things are on the line, that would have been a terrible play call. But in this game, I like it. I'm good with it. Now, why could he not have done that against Pitt? I have no idea. 4th and inches, you get the first down, you're basically giving yourself a chance to ice the game, and you don't go for it, and we lose the game, and then the rest of the season, we suck. It's like Neil Brown has to learn the hard way on everything. It makes no sense. I don't get it, guys. I don't get it. Oh, man. I have answers to some of the questions, but the problem is they're not listening. So we might not get the solution to all these problems because they're not listening. They don't care. Going back to Georgia Tech and Georgia still has a field goal lead, 10-7. They have the ball, 2nd and 6. I think they're in Georgia. Yeah, they're barely in Georgia Tech territory, so they are driving a little bit, trying to stretch this lead. Running to the outside, cuts it back to the inside. Great run right there. Was that McConkey? Not quite sure. He pulled that corner around a little bit. That should have been a holding call on Georgia, but, it happens. Checking. Seems like, yeah, the yards per play is a big discrepancy. So how Georgia's only up by 3 is kind of a mystery. 7.8 yards a play to like 3.5. So there's definitely a big gap between athleticism, player caliber, whatever. But Georgia Tech's been able to keep the game close for whatever reason. Looks like a personal foul on the offense. See, this is what I'm talking about. Georgia just keeps shooting themselves in the foot. That's why the game is still close. Offensive lineman personal foul on somebody. What are you doing? He comes in there and just absolutely shoves him for no reason. That's stupid. You can't do that, dummy. That's something West Virginia would do. Why are you doing that? You don't play for West Virginia. You play for Georgia. Why did you do that? You know better than that. At least if you play for West Virginia, you could play the card of, well, I didn't know better. They didn't teach us that. But you don't. You play for Georgia. 2nd and 20 for Georgia. Inside screen, a gain of about, 4 yards. This is going to be 3rd down and long. So, again, a penalty bails out Georgia Tech. Although it wouldn't surprise me if Georgia got this first down. It really wouldn't. Oh, big play by West Virginia. Is he taking it to the house? Touchdown, Jalen Anderson. What a play. What a play. I'm telling you, that guy's going to be a playmaker at West Virginia. I am glad that they recruited him. He's an excellent running back. He's probably he's the best running back that we've had since, as far as the way he looks so far. I think he's better than Letty Brown. He's definitely faster, much stronger. I'm trying to get a good comparison. Best running back since who was the guy that we had with Skylar Howard? I can't remember. But it's been a while since we've had a good running back like that. All credit to Letty Brown. He was a good running back. He maximized his effort, but he was not a very fast dude, not at all. In fact, he ran the slowest 40 at the combine for the running backs, which is why he went undrafted. I think he got picked up as an undrafted free agent, but that's why he didn't get drafted. He was slow. So if you look at all the stats that he had at West Virginia, for as slow as he was, he made the most out of it. Jalen Anderson has some speed. I wouldn't compare him to Tavon Austin because he doesn't have the shiftiness. He doesn't have that build. He's more of a power speed. So I would compare him to a Steve Slayton. That's who I would compare Jalen Anderson to. That looked pretty good. So West Virginia does take the lead in a meaningless game. I'm still getting happy and excited whenever we score in a meaningless game, and I'm still getting mad and upset whenever we do something stupid in a meaningless game. That comes with being a fan. Even in a meaningless game, you still get happy and upset. Hardly anybody at this game. Wow. So Ohio State definitely or Oklahoma State, does not have any type of home field advantage. I'm seeing a lot of blue in there, actually. So looks like West Virginia fans did travel. Kudos to you guys. Man, that was a burst of speed by Jalen Anderson on that touchdown run. That was impressive. I like the combination of Jalen Anderson because he has the power to get through the line, even if the hole's not there. And then once he's past that, he has the speed to break it. That is a great combo. We are lucky to have him at West Virginia. He was a highly rated 4-star running back out of high school. I was wondering how many carries we were going to get to see from him this year because, the story of the year at the beginning of the year was C.J. Donaldson and Tony Mathis, so he kind of got buried, but he's really shown what he's got now. South Carolina gets a stop. And that was good coverage by that cornerback. He got his hands up in there a little bit, but he turned his head, and that's what kept the flag from being tossed. Oh, bad. Good hop for South Carolina, and he's turned up the field. Whoa. That turned into like a 25, 30-yard punt return. That was not expected. Wow. That was a big play by South Carolina. Off to the outside, somehow stays in bound. Great block, and he tiptoes down the sideline. That was a great return by that South Carolina guy. That was, something that you don't really see. Looks like Oklahoma State does have to punt. Oh, be careful. Flag on the play. I don't like that. Good return, though, but there is a flag on the play. Off to the races, but there is a flag on the play. Who is this flag going to be on? That's the question. There is a flag on the play. Dadgummit! I'm really hoping that the flag is on Oklahoma State. Because it was thrown before we received the football. Offsides on the defense? You've got to be kidding me. Offsides? Man. No, he was offsides. He was offsides. That was a bad play by him. He jumped it. We're lucky they didn't get a first down off that. Don't do it again, man. You'll give them a first down. Man, we ran it back to like the 5-yard line. Dang. That's the type of year it's been. Was he offsides again? He's going to return it again up the middle. Decent play, but nothing like the first time. Story of this season. Every time, it's gotten to where every time you see something good, you look for flags. That was too good to be true. Yep, flag. I knew it. I knew it was going to be called back. And it shouldn't be like that, but it is. It shouldn't be like that, but it is. South Carolina, first and goal down on the 2-yard line with a chance to score, and they do score. Touchdown, South Carolina. Touchdown, South Carolina. I'm telling you, they're a pretty good team. They just blasted Tennessee last week, so you cannot discount them. Shane Beamer definitely has this program headed in the right direction for sure. So, extra point pending. They could be within 2 again. Wow. Could you imagine if they do win this game? 2 massive wins that everybody said wasn't going to happen. And instead of being 6-6, they would finish the season 8-4. How ridiculous would that be? Even 7-5 is a big step in the right direction. So it's 23-21. Clemson with a small lead. So it was a quarterback throw to the tight end that got him in scoring range. Not a bad play call right there. Not a bad play call. 23-21. Clemson still leads though. Interesting games today. I will say that. Interesting games. I like it. No blowouts yet. Not yet. All right. Georgia Tech. Did Georgia score? I can't tell. Too much stuff on the screen right. Oh, yeah, they did. But only a field goal. So they're up 13-7. So that was a win for Georgia Tech again. If Georgia Tech scores a touchdown, they take the lead by 1. This is crazy. Second and 6, and Georgia Tech is driving a little bit here. Well, they're on their own side, so they're not really driving. My bad. 2nd and 6, back in the shotgun. He's going to throw it up the middle. Had it, dropped it. Why? You were freaking wide open, dude. You have to make those plays. I do agree they missed that targeting. That should have been targeting. That was a little behind the receiver. I will give him that, but he should have made that. You have to catch that. As the quarterback, you have to lead your receiver just a little bit more than that as well, though. I will say that. A first down is pretty big for Georgia Tech right here to stay in this game. They have to get this first down. Crowd still in it because it's not a blowout yet. These play calls are absolutely baffling. Why would you call an out route towards the sideline that's well short of the first down? How many bad play calls have we seen by multiple coaches, not just by one coach? Stupid, man. You're not giving your team a chance to make the first down when you make a stupid call like that. You're basically saying we only want 2 yards. That's what you're saying. We want 2 yards. Wait, did he break loose again? Holy crap, Jalen Anderson does it again. You have got to be kidding me. Again. To the house again. I thought I was watching a replay when I just switched it back. No. He did the same exact thing. Muscled his way through the line. Gone. Wow. Almost an exact replica of the last touchdown run. Crazy. This guy looks good. Well, we played a good game, so I guess we should keep if we end up winning this game. Well, we played a good game. The offense looked much better. Defense held them to whatever. I guess we got to keep Neil Brown. No, don't forget about the rest of the season. Just because if we do beat Oklahoma State, you cannot forget about the rest of the year. And Oklahoma State is not a good team, okay? So, no. If we win this game, all is not forgiven. This actually proves that we have some good athletes, and it has been the coaching. 3 rushing touchdowns, 1 for 36, 1 for 54, and 1 for 57. The 2 50-yarders were definitely by Jalen Anderson. That dude is crazy. Crazy. He is running loose and fast. I like it. I'm surprised at the low turnout for this game because Ohio State, or not, why do I keep saying Ohio State? Oklahoma State is 7-4. They still have stuff to play for, so the low turnout is very, very surprising to me, guys. Good run back by Oklahoma State, by the way, so they'll have good field position. What was funny was I literally switched back from Clemson, South Carolina to West Virginia, Oklahoma State, and Jalen Anderson was running that touchdown run. And I thought they had it on a replay from the last touchdown run because it looked like the same exact one, but it was a new touchdown run. In fact, it was 4 yards longer. That was crazy. Once I realized what was happening, I got a little excited. So once again, it proves even in a meaningless game, when something great happens, I get excited. When something terrible happens, I get mad. That's called being a fan. As mad as I've gotten throughout the year, the appearances of the Clemson, I'm still a fan. That never goes away. I don't care how bad we ever do. You're still a fan and you still care. It is what it is. Clemson does get their first down to keep the drive alive. It was a 3rd and 1. DJ back pass. He does have some time. He's going to launch it down the field. Double coverage. Why he threw that, I don't know. That was a bad read by DJ. Bad read. You can't do that, man. You can't do that. And it was a bad throw on top of that. So, I don't know. Oklahoma State is driving. They got the ball down on the West Virginia 31. Gashed them on that run as well. That's going to be a first down for Oklahoma State. So hopefully the offense doesn't go away because our defense is still trash. How we've held Oklahoma State to 10 points up to this point, I have no idea. But it looks like the offenses are coming alive. So West Virginia's offense needs to stay alive. Only 86 passing yards for Clemson today. Yeah, DJ not living up to expectations today. 3rd and 10 for Clemson. South Carolina gets some pressure. He still gets the ball off and almost completes that. So Clemson going to have to punt. This is a good game as well. We have several good games going on. Checking Michigan and Ohio State. Sorry, guys, I haven't forgot about you. They just kicked off the second half, so Ohio State still has a 20-17 lead. I don't like halftime, so that's why I got away from that game. Clemson is punting. South Carolina back to receive. They'll probably let it go. Down at the 15. All right. But we've seen multiple bad play calls on a lot of these games. He was open, so the makeup speed on the back end of that defense was better. Knocked the ball down. That was a good play by the West Virginia defense. 2nd and 10 for Oklahoma down on the West Virginia 20. Good news is, even if they score here, we're still in the lead. But holding them to a field goal would be a big win for the defense here. I'm a fan of the bend but don't break, but the problem with this year's defense is break. we don't. It's not bend but don't break. We just break. Running back slips in the backfield, so it's going to be a 3rd down. This is a big play for our defense right here. We don't have a bend but don't break defense. We have a break defense. They break all the time. But today they've been bending but not breaking. So hopefully that trend continues and we can hold them out of a first down right here because it is 3rd and 10. He does have some time. He is open. Again, we're relying on the mistakes of our opposition. And that's exactly what they did right there. The receiver was open, but the quarterback threw it behind him. That might have been a touchdown if he would have made that. The defender back there clapping, act like they did something. No, you didn't do anything. That was a mistake by Oklahoma State, but I'll take it. A win is a win. Field goal attempt coming up and missed it. No, he got it. Off the upright and in. Sorry, excuse me. 21-13. That's a win for the defense. I will take it. Didn't get the laces out. What are you doing, Holder? But it did doink in. It doinked in, guys. It doinked in. But that was on the Holder. He did not get the laces out. That's a fact. But that's still a win for our defense. Looks like the Clemson defense made a play and sacked Spencer Rattler. Although that's not a difficult thing to do. Spencer Rattler has been No, it was good. It doinked in. It hit off the upright, but it doinked in. It was good. All right, let's check some other scores real quick, guys. Looks like a touchdown catch by Georgia. Yeah, they're about to go up 20-7. Starting to stretch the lead. The issue that I have is Georgia Tech has had opportunities to either take the lead or keep it closer and bad play calls. So Georgia hasn't looked great. It's just Georgia. Oh, a muffed punt cost Georgia Tech on that one too. See, that's what I'm saying. Mistakes by Georgia Tech. It's not that Georgia's look good. It's that Georgia Tech keeps shooting themselves in the foot. You can't do that. No, I think if TCU was going to get upset, it would have been last week against Baylor. Iowa State's a really bad team. I don't see Iowa State going on the road and beating TCU. I don't. They're not good enough. I think they could cover the spread, but that's about it. I think it can be a close game, but they don't have the depth to go, the entire distance. Is everybody on commercials now? I love it when that happens. 4 different games, and they're all on commercials. Awesome. Yep. Every stinking one of them. Unbelievable, guys. Unbelievable. They're still on commercials. I do have a new appreciation for commercials because of YouTube. Commercials are what pay the bills. But at the same time, I don't like it when every stinking game is on commercials. Yes, Michigan did score a touchdown, by the way. They're up 24-20, so. All right, let's see. What game comes off commercial first? Let's play that game, right? What game comes off commercial first? Looks like it actually could be the West Virginia game that beats everybody. West Virginia does have the ball back. Clemson, Carolina, they're back from commercial break as well. Let's stay with West Virginia, Oklahoma State just for a minute. Second and 9 for West Virginia. Ball on their own 26-yard line. I would stick with the running game, especially Jalen Anderson, because that's been gashing Oklahoma State. Man, that was a good screen setup, and the dude dropped it. Nico Marco back in the game, by the way. I'm okay with going back and forth between Marco and Green. I'm okay with that, actually. I'm really okay. In fact, if our offense next year turns into a 2-quarterback system between Marco and Green, I would be okay with that. I think that could work. I really do. 3rd and 9, though. The receivers have got to start catching the ball, though. Nico Marco has been putting it right on the money, and they're just not catching it. Marco back to pass, a little bit of pressure. A little bit behind. He might have. No. He caught that. Wow, that was a good pass, actually. I thought that was behind him. What a pass by Marco on that one. Good catch by Ford Wheaton as well. That was an impressive throw. It was so impressive that it fooled me. I thought it was incomplete because I thought there was no way that he caught that, but he did. Good catch. I'm liking that we're getting to see what Nico Marco has, and I'm liking what I'm seeing so far. false start. Let's go check the Michigan Ohio State game real quick. All right, so Michigan does have the lead 24-20. Ohio State now has the ball. They have a 1st and 10, about 11 minutes left in the third quarter. The Michigan-Ohio State game is behind every other game because it took them forever just to get the game started, and then the first 5 plays went out of bounds or were incomplete. So 20 minutes after everybody else, only 45 seconds were gone in the game. So they're playing from behind as far as being behind the other games. Ohio State running to the right side. It looks like Ohio State's having a lot of success as far as running the ball in Michigan, not so much passing. Some passing, but not as much as running. That was a good stop by Michigan on that play, so that's going to bring up a 3rd down. This is going to be 3rd and 3. Let's see if Ryan Day calls up a stupid play like I've been seeing all day long with these short yard situations. Automatically in the shotgun. I'm okay with that on a 3rd and 3. If this was a 3rd and 1 or 3rd and inches, wouldn't be a fan. Not at all. So 3rd and 3, ball near midfield. I still think they would punt because this would flip the field. Not sure about this play call. Like, what did I say before they hiked the ball? Look for another bad play call, and that's exactly what happened. They run the perimeter whenever on the strong side of the defense, outmanned, outnumbered. Why? Just why? Terrible play call by Ohio State on that one. Terrible. So it looks like Ohio State will punt the ball back to Michigan. Does Michigan punch their ticket back into the playoffs with a huge road win against Ohio State? Wow. They did punt it away. Michigan back to receive. Fair caught. All right, let's go back to West Virginia, Oklahoma State. Good defense. West Virginia with a very short yard situation. What do they run? Fourth and 1, needed 6 inches. Stupid play call, and we get stopped. Or was that 3rd down? Was that 3rd down or was that 4th down? Yeah, that was 4th down. Why can you not put the quarterback under center and just push? I don't get it. 4 yards back. Another stupid play call. I don't get it. Why do they call these shotgun plays on 4th and short? Why? Neil Brown, you can chew the officials out all you want. That was a stupid play call. It was a stupid play call the first time you did it, and you got lucky. You did it again, and your luck changed. They are reviewing this. It was really, really close. I think they stopped us, but that was on Neil Brown. If this is upheld, that was on Neil Brown. Stupid play call. Stupid. So, gripe, complain, blah, blah, blah. That was a stupid play call. Nonsense. Even if he did fall forward to get it, there's no good view of it. So there's no way to... Well, that right there, he's still not down and he's pushing forward. He might have it. Where was he at when his body was over is the problem. He kept putting, look, his body's still going forward and he stretched it. It's going to be close. Stands. See, there wasn't enough to overturn it. Bad play call, Neil Brown. Bad play call. Story of this season. I like you going for it, but why did you just not line up your quarterback? What is wrong with that? What is wrong with just putting your quarterback behind the center and pushing? Why are coaches opposed to that? I don't understand that. Drives me nuts. Keep reminding myself this is a meaningless game that really didn't matter. I can't help it. I'm still a fan. Still makes me very angry when I see stupid play calls. 2nd and 10 for Oklahoma State. Ball on the 50 still. Pass caught down to around the 43-yard line. So it's going to be 3rd and 3. It is absolutely pouring the rain in Stillwater right now. I mean, it is coming down in buckets. So this is going to be a 3rd and 4. I guess this is the game between bad play calls because both coaches are making bad play calls. Hopefully we just make a few less bad play calls. Run up the right side, 1st down. It's one thing whenever the opposing team just outplays you, but then when you have bad play calls to add to it, there's no excuse for that. You can't do that. 3rd and 10 for Michigan. Ball on their own 14-yard line. They'll probably end up having to punt it right back. Good play call, but good stop by Ohio State. A gain of 2. Michigan will punt it. I do think that Michigan was basically giving up on that series, and they knew that they were going to punt it back. They were just trying to get a few yards. I don't like that mentality, but whatever. That's all I can say these days. I see these play calls by the coaches, and all you can say is whatever. Because nothing I say is going to change anything. It does look like Clemson scored on South Carolina. They're up 30-21 now. So this is a back-and-forth game somewhat. Spencer Rattler chucking it. Deep. Big play. Down. Touchdown, South Carolina. Wow. Spencer Rattler actually makes a good throw. 72-yard touchdown pass by Spencer Rattler. That was crazy. What a crazy day of college football so far. This is absolutely nuts, and I love it. Wow. 50-second scoring drive. A 50-second scoring drive. 72-yard touchdown pass. He still sucks, but dadgummit. That was definitely on Clemson right there. Safety came under way too much. Man. So South Carolina pending the point after. Looking to get it back within 2. One thing I'll say for Shane Beamer, his team fights for him 100%. Oh, they already made the point after, excuse me. New score, 30-28. Back and forth they go. I really don't care who wins this game. I just want to see a good one. And so far, so good. I'm good. Somebody said touchdown Oklahoma State. No, I'm not seeing it. Oh, 2-point attempt. Okay, gotcha. So West Virginia still has the lead, 21-19. If we would stop the horrible play calling, we'd still have the lead. Ridiculous. 24 seconds left in the third quarter. It's a meaningless game. I shouldn't care, and yet I still do. That was a bad play call by Oklahoma State. I'm thankful. Thank you, Oklahoma State, but it is what it is. That was a bad play call. In case you're wondering if your team has been represented on the mini helmets and you're thinking about sending in a mini helmet to represent your team, big names that are not represented. We don't have a Tennessee mini helmet. By the way, the address that you see on the screen, that's where you send it to, P.O. Box 360, Liberty, South Carolina. As you can see, we have around 50 already. But the big names that we don't have that I can think of off the top of my head, we don't have a Tennessee mini helmet. A lot of SEC. Let's go through the SEC real quick. We don't have a Tennessee. We don't have an Auburn. We don't have an Ole Miss. We don't have a Texas A&M. We don't have a South Carolina. We don't have a Kentucky, but Skeptic earlier said he's sending in Kentucky, so that's on its way next week. Let's see. Vanderbilt, but, I'll cut them a break. Florida, we don't have a Florida. We do have a Missouri, so they're accounted for. It's mostly the SEC. No, it's kind of a mix of both because on the SEC East, we don't have a Florida, we don't have a Tennessee, we don't have a South Carolina. Georgia, we don't have a Georgia. Now, that one surprises me. We don't have a Georgia. I think that's it for the East. Kentucky's on its way. And, of course, Vanderbilt. And in the West, we don't have an A&M. We don't have Ole Miss, Mississippi State, and Auburn. So only 4 out of the West. Big 12. Almost all of the Big 12 is represented. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So 2 not represented, and that would be Texas Tech and Texas as far as the current Big 12. So Texas Tech and Texas are the only 2 mini helmets that I don't have out of the Big 12. Big 10, we don't have Penn State, Maryland, Rutgers. Is that it for the East? I think that's it. Penn State. No, in Indiana. We don't have Indiana as well. For the West, we're missing Illinois, Northwestern, Nebraska. We're missing Nebraska, and Iowa. I think those are the only ones that we don't have. Gee needs to go. Hey, if getting rid of Gordon Gee is the answer to getting rid of Neil Brown, 100%. I agree with that. Because we got rid of Shane Lyons. Everybody thought that was the answer, and yet we're hearing that Neil Brown's going to be retained. Monday is going to be a day that I'm going to be keeping my eyes on 100% when it comes to West Virginia, because if he's not fired, well, early signing period, I guess. We got to wait till that. New score for Georgia Tech is 23-7, so that lead is starting to swell just a little bit. I still think that 35-point spread is safe. I really do, but we'll see. 23-7 is not looking good, though. But yeah, if we need to get rid of Gordon Gee to get rid of Neil Brown and do an overhaul and start spending money on the football program, whatever needs to be done, that's what I'm for. Because there is so much money that can be used towards the football program, and yet we're still paying our coaches group of 5. And I'm not saying that Neil Brown deserves that. I'm saying we need to get a coaching staff that does deserve that. In other words, go out and get Hugh Freeze for about $7.5 million a year. We can afford that. All right, ACC. Who do we not have in the ACC? We don't have Boston College. The ACC is well represented. I will say that. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 out of 14. We'll count Notre Dame. We don't have Notre Dame. A lot of Notre Dame fans watch this show. We don't have Notre Dame mini helmet. Let's see. No Notre Dame. No Boston College. Virginia, we don't have. Louisville, that's a big fan base. We don't have a Louisville. We don't have a NC State. We don't have a Wake Forest. We do have North Carolina and Duke, surprisingly, and also Georgia Tech as well. We do have Florida State and Miami. So state of Florida is repped. Clemson is repped as well. So you're good to go. Anyways, why am I watching commercials? Something's under review. South Carolina has the ball. Man, they could take the lead here if they score. Wow. I don't know what's under review though. Did they fake punt? I think they fake punted and they're reviewing the spot to see if there's targeting. Huh. That's weird. Was that a fake? That's my first question. Was that a fake punt? But they're reviewing targeting. This is South Carolina Clemson, by the way, if y'all are wondering. Not sure. I'm a little lost on this one. Not gonna lie, I'm a little lost on this one. By the way, Jacob Yoho, appreciate the super chat. Forgot to mention your name. All right, while they're reviewing that, looks like our offense has stalled again, except this time it's with Markiel. We got the quarterbacks, but we just don't have the players for them to go to, so we can't really blame. He's getting experience. That's the main thing. If we need to go back to Garrett Green and run the RPO, so be it. Whatever we need to do. This game is meaningless. So just figure out what works is the main thing. We have to figure out what works in this game. That's the biggest thing to watch for. They are in the fourth quarter between West Virginia and Oklahoma State. West Virginia still has a lead 21-19. They did have it 21-10 at one point. It looks like Georgia's about to run for another touchdown, so that spread pick might not be safe. Yikes. Georgia Tech has had opportunity after opportunity after opportunity to keep this game close, and they've blown it every time, and now Georgia is busting it open. That's what you get for making bad play calls. Another face mask for Georgia Tech as well. So it's going to be even closer. This game is starting to get out of hand. It is in the fourth quarter, so man, and they had them back down towards the 10-yard line, and the safeties and everybody bit on the run, and Georgia ends up with a 90-yard gain. You can't do that. So this is a first and goal for Georgia down on the 2-yard line. And an easy touchdown for Georgia. So we'll probably stop looking in on that game unless somehow Georgia Tech can make it interesting. That game is basically over. But all these other games are still very, very much interesting. It looks like Michigan. Oh, that was a previous touchdown. First down, Michigan. It was 2nd and 3. There's about 5 minutes left in the third quarter, and Michigan is still ahead. Interesting stat they just put up. 3 touchdowns of 45-plus yards by McCarthy, most by any quarterback in a game in this series. So that's he made history. Even if Missouri loses, he made history. 3 3 touchdown passes of over 45 yards. That's incredible. Not gonna lie, that's incredible. Michigan 1st and 10, ball on their own 32. McCarthy's gonna run it, and he's gonna almost get a first down and kind of falls to the side. It looked like he was trying to lunge a little bit. Still didn't get it. It's going to be 2nd and 1. See what happened with that targeting, by the way. I forgot about that. Yep, they're on commercials, so we might not ever know. Second and 1 for Michigan. Ball on their own 41. They need to get to about the 42 to keep the drive alive, and they do. And they actually bust one for about 10 yards. That was a great run by that running back. Michigan starting to take a little bit of control in this game. You can see the body language of the Ohio State defense is a little tired. Those offensive linemen are getting to the second level fairly easily. It's a bad sign if you're an Ohio State fan. That defensive line is getting worn out a little bit. You got to give Michigan credit, too. They got some massive human beings on that offensive line. Some massive humanity on that offensive line. My gosh. All right, 1st and 10 for Ohio State. Ball in Michigan territory. Breaks the tackle. Looked like that could have been a face mask. They're not going to call it. That's close to a first down. This is going to be 2nd down and 1. It looked like his helmet got yanked a little bit, but maybe it was just a reaction. I'm not sure. 2nd and 1. Overall rushing, neither of these teams have done very well, although Michigan looks like they're doing a little bit better. But right now, they only have 60 total rushing yards. Ohio State, 13. This has been a passing game for sure. About 3 minutes left. They are in Ohio State territory. 2nd and 1. Ball on the 37-yard line of Ohio State, going for a first down here. Why they didn't run it there, I don't know. Going to air it out. Bad. I think that was a bad call, and it was definitely a bad pass. 3rd and 1. Because if he would have handed it off right there, that's a first down. So I'm not sure why they went for this corner route at the end zone. And it was it was underthrown significantly. Don't like that play call. What's been the motto of today? Bad play calls, right? That's been the subject of these football games. Bad play calls. So goal line formation, going for it. Oh, a flea flicker, and he got it. What? Wow. Wow. I don't know if that's a built-in option. If he knows he's going to be short, he has it. If he knows he has it, he tucks it. That's what that play looks like. This looks like a built-in safety valve where if the running back doesn't think he has it, he has the option of passing it to the tight end. But if he does think he can get it, then he can tuck it and run. That was actually a good play call. Very interesting right there. First down, Michigan. Ball down to about the Ohio State 26. They run the ball another 6 yards. Michigan's knocking on the door to extend this to a 2-score football game. Wow. I like it. I like that play call. That was a good one. Checking in on Clemson and South Carolina. South Carolina has the ball in the red zone. 1st and 10. They could take the lead here. They have the ball down on the Clemson 12-yard line. Man, we have some interesting games going on today, guys. This is crazy. This is definitely crazy. I'm liking it. Now, the Georgia Tech, that's starting to get a little bit out of hand. But, we kind of expected that. 1st and 10, ball on the Clemson 12. Even a field goal would give South Carolina the lead. So that means Spencer Rattler, everybody's looking at you to not make a stupid mistake. South Carolina gets the ball down to around the 3-yard line. Flag on the play. This might be holding. Those wide receivers need to learn how to block and not hold. Looks like they got their arms outside the pad level, and you can't do that. You got to keep your arms inside when you're blocking. If you block like this, that's holding. Oh, personal foul. Face mask on. Why are you doing that? Stupid. Stupid. That's a 15-yard penalty. You're knocking yourself out of field goal range. I complain about Spencer. Keep your eyes on Spencer Rattler not to make a stupid mistake. Well, that time it was on freaking wide receiver. 1st and 23, ball on the 25. Unbelievable. Spencer Rattler going to take off, and he gets nothing. He loses another 2 yards. South Carolina is slowly playing their way out of field goal range. I don't even know what to say, guys. I don't even know what to say. They put the field goal line back up there because South Carolina is going backwards. Here's the line that they can't go past. Instead of here's the line that they need, here's the line that they don't want to back up behind. 2nd and 25. There's still 2 down, so they could indeed back themselves behind. All right, they get 5 yards. So moving in the right direction at least. It's going to be about 3rd and 20. You had a chance to have it 2nd and 1, ball down on the 3. Instead, now it's 3rd and 18, ball on the 20, 21, something like that. 3rd and 19, excuse me. Third and 19. So gain some yards. Don't try to take a shot and put it on the arm of Spencer Rattler because he will throw an interception. He's already done it twice earlier. Don't do that. And now South Carolina has to waste a timeout because of a possible delay of game. That kind of reminds me of West Virginia. It's what we like to do, right? Oklahoma State taking a shot. He's there. Missed it, though. West Virginia's defense has to rely on the mistakes of the Oklahoma State offense, and it bailed us out. 4th and 7, Oklahoma State. The ball was close to being on the money. He probably should have caught that. It was a little low, but he should have caught that. So our defense gets bailed out once again. So Cowboys will punt to West Virginia. It's 4th and 7, as long as we don't, do something stupid. That was a dangerous catch right there. Every time I see him make a catch on a punt return, I hold my breath because he has muffed the punt several times. Good field position for West Virginia, I will say that. So we got that going. Let's see what Michigan has done. Don't forget another live show this evening. It won't be my live show. It will be Joey's, but it will be on this channel, the late games. We have you covered on Rivalry Week. The only games that we'll miss is the midday, so sorry about that. But the late games, we will have you covered starting around 7 o'clock. So take you a break from Golden Blue Dude. Grab you some dinner, lunch, whatever you want to call it, and then come back, meet us here around 7 o'clock, and we got your evening games covered right here on Gold and Blue Dude. This is the last week of the regular college football season, so we had to make sure that we had it all covered. And we did. Well, we don't have it all covered because of the middays, We have the noon games and the evening games, and we're giving you a break in the middle of the day. So there you go. We decided to give you a break. Thank you, Jeffrey Foster, not Joey Foster, not to be confused with Joey Foster. Appreciate your donation, buddy. Says West Virginia playing a pretty interesting game, winning by 2. Yes. I think the takeaway from this game is, number one, Oklahoma State is worse than I thought. Number two, I think the weather has helped West Virginia. And number three, kind of switching back and forth between Garrett Green and Nico Marco seems like a weird game plan, and it is. But whenever we do have Garrett Green in there, we have to stop dropping him back. He is a very short quarterback, and his strong suit is his legs. So if you're going to send Garrett Green out there, run the RPO. He is a dual threat quarterback. Run the RPO. That's all I'm saying, guys. That's all I'm saying. If you're going to put him out there, then you have to run the offense that he runs. It's pretty simple. Pretty simple, guys. Pretty simple. But our coaching staff doesn't get simple, I guess. I don't know. Jalen Anderson has been a nice surprise. I will say that. Nice surprise. I like that running back for sure. I mean, 2 touchdown runs of over 50 yards. That's basically why we have the lead. By the way, South Carolina was held to a field goal, but they now have the lead. South Carolina has the lead 31-30 over Clemson. About 11 minutes left in this game. Wow. Don't forget, last week, I know it was a home game, but South Carolina absolutely blasted Tennessee, put 63 points on the board. So they are, and I warn Clemson fans, they are capable of upsetting you. Very capable. And if South Carolina does upset Clemson, the ACC is not making the playoffs. I'm sorry. They still, even if Clemson wins and wins the ACC championship, they could still get left out. But if Clemson loses today, they are definitely left out. Jeffrey Foster with the second dono. Appreciate it, buddy. 499 Super Chat said, Green got knocked out in the game. He got hit in the head and helmet to helmet. Yeah, and that was supposed to be targeting. I forgot about that. You're right. So he's not coming back in. That should have been targeting. I don't know why it was not. Any helmet to helmet like that on a hit, it's targeting. There's different criteria. Helmet to helmet. All right. If that didn't happen, then you move on. Did he launch himself? All right. If that didn't happen, was it an upward motion? It's not all of those things need to happen. It's one of those things need to happen. And the first thing they look for is helmet to helmet. So that should have been an automatic targeting. So it knocked him out of the game. Isn't that what that rule is for? Unbelievable. That's what I'm talking about right there. All right. About 10 minutes left in this game. West Virginia is in Oklahoma State territory. It is 2nd and 8. Ball on the 34-yard line. Look at that pop by Jalen Anderson. That should have been a loss. So if you watch that play just now by Jalen Anderson, so he had it tucked in the backfield and he just does a little skip and he's off to the right. Now they only gained like 2 or 3 yards, but still that was supposed to be a tackle in the backfield. But just because of that little skip, he is so shifty. 3rd and 4 for West Virginia. Ball's going to be right on the 30-yard line. It looks like this is Nico's offense the rest of the game. So we'll see. What happens on the 3rd and 4? It looks like Oklahoma State is going to bring some pressure. Nico is reading the defense. He's just going to tuck it and run, and he's got the first down. Good play call. I like that play call. So Nico Marco he's not a true dual threat, but he's a mobile. He can tuck it and run when he needs to. He's not quite as small as Garrett Green. So he has the size to see over the offensive line when he needs to pass, but he does have the legs to tuck it and run if necessary. All right, 1st and 10, ball on, what is this, the 29? No, 24-yard line. Ball on 24. They're going to hand it to Jalen. A little bit too hesitant right there. A little too hesitant right there. Rain is absolutely pouring right now in Stillwater. Absolutely pouring right now. Somebody said a big pass interference on Ohio State. And yes, we're looking at a 1st and goal for Michigan down on the 2-yard line under center. I like that, but I don't like the result. But even if Michigan is held to a field goal, that would extend it to a touchdown lead. So this is going to be 2nd and goal for Michigan. Don't worry, I'll go back and check on the West Virginia game as well. I just want to see the result of this goal line stand. Whew. As soon as I'm done here, I am eating me some lunch, guys. I have not eaten lunch, and I am starting to feel it. Bootleg for McCarthy. The guy is there. Ball knocked. No, is that a touch? No, incomplete. Ball knocked down. I like the play call. I'm okay with that. Faking the inside and running the tight end in the flat. If I was McCarthy, I would have actually dumped it off to the tight end on that flat. But, it is what it is. And they may have ran a dual tight end on that because I think the tight end that he threw it to was a little bit deeper. There was a tight end that was a little more shallow. That's the one that I would have thrown to. But I'm not a quarterback, so. 3rd and goal for Michigan. Ohio State fans definitely need a bend but don't break. But they break. Design quarterback run, touchdown, Michigan. Uh-oh. That's all I can say right there. Uh-oh. Wow. Touchdown, Michigan. Ohio State fans are not looking too confident right now. Perfect play call. And the quarterback made it work. There you go. That's the key right there. Michigan fans definitely pumped up. They could beat Ohio State for the 2nd time in a row. Think about that. 2nd year in a row. And basically punch their ticket to the playoffs. Man, if Clemson loses, if somehow TCU loses either today or the Big 12 championship, Michigan holds on to win this. Ohio State can backdoor their way in because believe it or not, the playoff committee is higher on Ohio State than Michigan. They're more likely to leave out Michigan if Michigan loses than to leave out Ohio State if Ohio State loses. But I will say this, Ohio State does need to keep it close if they do lose, if they want to be able to backdoor their way in. So that's my 2 cents on that. Let's go back to West Virginia, Oklahoma State, see what's going there. Well, it looks like a commercial. All right. John said field goal, West Virginia. All right, so I guess West Virginia's up by 5 now, 24 to what, 19? South Carolina with the ball back, up 31-30. It does look like Clemson flipped the field, so South Carolina has the ball on their own 18. Flare pass out to the right, gain of about 5. If West Virginia calls that play, we lose yards. Seems like everybody else has success with that play call, except for West Virginia. 2nd and 5 for the Gamecocks. Ball on their own 23. We're looking at multiple upset bids, guys. Multiple upset bids right now in 3 separate games. The Georgia Tech game, it looks like that has gotten a little out of hand. So, first down, South Carolina. Wow. So, it looks like the season is trying to end on a bang. Real quick, if we have any viewers that are not subscribed to Gold Unbluted, hey, if you're a college football fan, this is the place for you. Hit the subscribe button. We do regular videos every day. Actually, I've been doing 2 regular pre-recorded videos every day. And, of course, live shows every day. So we're covering the noon games right now. We got some good ones going. We're going to take a break. And then we'll cover the evening games this evening. So you can come back and join us at around 7 p.m. for the evening games. And there's going to be some good ones. The main one to keep our eyes on is, of course, number 18 Notre Dame at number 6 USC. That's the game to keep your eyes on because playoff implications for the Pac-12. Pac-12 has not been to the playoffs since, 2015, 2016? So that's definitely the one. 2nd and 7 for South Carolina. They are driving. They could really make Clemson start sweating if they can score a touchdown here. 2nd and 7, ball on their own, 33, handoff to the right. Gain's about 5, so they're going to be about 2 yards short. This South Carolina team is playing with a lot of confidence. I will say that. South Carolina is playing with a lot of confidence. The clock is now under 8 minutes. I'm going to go back and check Michigan, Ohio State, see how that's going. 13, like I said before, this Michigan-Ohio State game is running behind every other game because the pregame ritual took kickoff to 12:15. And then on top of that, the first 4 or 5 plays ran like 45 seconds off because it was either a drop pass or out of bounds. So this game is a good 15, 20 minutes behind all the other games. So it's going to take a little bit longer for it to conclude. But right now, Michigan is they're in control. They're up by 2 scores. 3 touchdown. Think about this. 3 touchdown passes of at least 45 yards. No other quarterback in this history, in the history of this rivalry between Michigan and Ohio State, has done that. That is a new record. So even if Ohio State comes back and beats Michigan, J.J. McCarthy holds the record of the most touchdown passes of at least 45 yards. Something to think about. Ohio State playing from behind, 31-20. They are down. And their play calling is super safe right now. I'm not liking that. Michigan all over that flat route by the running back, and he gets tackled basically at the line of scrimmage. Almost a fumble. That was almost a fumble. I mean, he was right on top of him. So Ohio State's getting a little, I don't know. It looks like they're a little panicky right now. 2nd and 9, ball on their own 26-yard line. I'm not saying they have to score right here, but they really need to, because if they have to punt it and then Michigan scores again, that's danger category for Ohio State. C.J. Stroud flushed out of the pocket, not looking confident at all. It is a catch. That was a catch. This is going to be 3rd and 3 for Ohio State. They have got to get into Michigan territory to at least give them a shot of a field goal. They have to get this back to a 1-score game, because right now they're down by 11. This is a 2-score game. And I'm still going between Michigan, Ohio State. Even though it's a meaningless game, I'm still keeping my eyes on West Virginia and Oklahoma State for obvious reasons. And Oklahoma State does have the ball, and they threw it away 2nd and 10. There's only about 3.5 minutes left in the West Virginia-Oklahoma State game. West Virginia still leads 24-19, but if Oklahoma State can score a touchdown on this drive, they can take the lead. There's a flag on the play. Is this going to be holding on the offense? Yep, holding on the offense. So West Virginia will accept that. We'll jump back and catch the ending to that game as well. Clemson, South Carolina is back on a commercial. So let's go back to Michigan and Ohio State. All right. I'm telling you what, these message boards that I'm a part of, they're getting very, very interesting right now. I'm a part of several South Carolina Facebook groups, message boards, Clemson Facebook groups, Clemson message boards, and right now, I'm telling you right now, from what I'm seeing, Clemson fans are a little bit worried, and South Carolina fans are feeling pretty good. Pretty good. You can tell just by the reactions of some of these fans. Make sure, if you haven't, please hit the like button. That's what helps these live shows the most. Whenever you hit the like button, even if you don't like me, that's not you saying that you like me. It's just you're helping the video, because the more likes it gets, the more it hits that YouTube algorithm. YouTube suggests it more, and that's how we grow the audience. So you're not just helping me, you're also helping yourself. Another great way to support the channel is Super Chat. And it's a great way to get your comment on the screen, just like Jeffrey Foster. You're supporting the channel and you're getting the point across, whether it's trash talk, regular comment, or a question. If you hit the Super Chat button, it's going on the screen, just like Jeffrey Foster right there. Man, so many commercials. I hate commercials, guys. Well, I don't hate them, because now I understand them being on YouTube. They pay the bills, but at the same time. All right, 4th down for Oklahoma State. Fourth and 3. So it looks like Oklahoma State is playing for all the marbles right now, because the clock is down to 2 minutes. They have to get a touchdown. So we're looking at 4-down territory from here on out. If West Virginia gets to stop right here, that's the ball game. But I just don't trust our defense to do that. Oh, he overthrew it. He overthrew it. We did stop them. I apologize, defense. I apologize. I shouldn't have trusted you. Yes, a meaningless game West Virginia can still win. It is meaningless. It doesn't mean a thing. I still don't like Neil Brown. I still hope that we fire Neil Brown, but I'm a West Virginia fan. I can't help it. I am happy. It looked like the receiver just flat out fell down. That was a questionable play call. When it's pouring down rain like that, why would you call a 20-yard go route on 4th and 3? But we appreciate it, Oklahoma State. We appreciate it. We need all the help we can get. That's for sure. All right, Ohio State, Michigan. Let's check. Well, I'm checking Clemson and South Carolina. South Carolina still has the ball. Not a good play call right now. Now it's going to be 2nd down and 10, South Carolina. They do have the ball. They're up by 1 point. 6.5 minutes left. Whew. Man, these games are crazy today, guys. And I love it. This is what rivalry week is all about. Even though Oklahoma State and West Virginia, they're not rivals. They're my team. Ohio State is punting. Uh-oh. 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 Flag on the play. Emotions are a little high right now, to say the least, between Michigan and Ohio State. There is a flag, a little bit of a scuffle. Yeah, and that was on Ohio State. You can tell they are very frustrated. So they're going to add 15 yards to where Michigan caught the ball. This is not good for Ohio State. This is not good at all. Let me grab a charger, guys. Give me 1 second. All right, so the deal with West Virginia is Oklahoma State does have all 3 timeouts. There's a minute and 50 seconds left, so we can't nail this thing out yet. We do need to get some first downs, and of course, our quarterback trips, and we waste a whole 3 seconds. I'm telling you, if there's a way for us to keep the other team in the football game, we'll figure it out, and that's exactly what we'll do. Nico Markle trips up, and it's a loss of 2, and with a minute and 46 seconds left, Oklahoma State calls a timeout. So they could get the ball back. Good news is a field goal does them nothing. They do have to score a touchdown, but the bad news is our defense is terrible. South Carolina still with a 1-point lead on Clemson. And Michigan got the ball back. Ohio State had to punt, and they tacked on a 15-yard penalty because of unsportsmanlike. Michigan is actually in Ohio State territory now, down around the 40-yard line, maybe slightly inside the 40. Yeah, they're down on the Ohio State 39, 2nd and 7. About 11 minutes left. Remember, they're about 10, 15 minutes away from everybody else. Oh, tried to get the edge, but slipped. I don't know about that play call right there. That was not a great play call. My ear's itching. So now it's 3rd and 8 for Michigan. See if West Virginia can just run the clock down. No, 3rd and 12. A minute and 42. So we wasted a whole 5 seconds. This is what I'm talking about. Oklahoma State's going to have plenty of time. If we don't get a first down, Oklahoma State's going to have plenty of time because stinking Neil Brown got safe again, and his plan for that particular series was just to make Oklahoma State use its timeouts. That's what his plan was. If you get a first down, that's how you can end the game. Not just, even if we get no yards, we're making them use their timeout. Yeah, they're still going to have a minute and a half left. So a timeout it doesn't matter. They'll still have enough time to get a first down. His approach to coaching, I hate it. I absolutely despise the way he coaches these football games. It's horrible. Mark goes back to pass. Big pass. Over his head, though. Oh, well. I despise how Neil Brown coaches the endings of football games. We took off like 20, 25 seconds. Now, we did make Oklahoma State. No, we didn't even make Oklahoma State use all their timeouts because that was an incomplete pass. Way to go, coach. Idiot. I don't understand. Just like Oklahoma State did, we called a go route, and we muffed a punt. He still got it off somehow. I'm telling you. So now they're getting the ball at the 50-yard line with the chance to win the game if they score a touchdown. That was on the snapper. Why did he snap it to the left like that? I don't get it. We're lucky the punter got a hold of the ball and got some leg on it. Miracle punt, to be honest with you. Minute and a half left. 24-19, West Virginia does lead, but a touchdown wins the game for Oklahoma State. Which I don't know why I'm getting so mad about it, because the season doesn't mean anything anyways. That should not have been a flag. That should not have been a flag. We're going to get, once again, we're going to give away the ending to a game. They are well within, wait, did they pick up the flag? It's saying 2nd and 10. Did they pick up the flag? I think they did. Yeah, there's no penalty. Okay. A minute 22 left. 2nd and 10. Oklahoma State back to pass. Man, they're really taking chances. They know our defense sucks. Didn't have, man. Wow, our guys are actually covering? What? Ohio State did get the ball back, by the way. 9.5 minutes left. They're still down 31-20, but a score here pulls it close. Ohio State fans with still a lot of hope. But let's check out the ending to 4th and 10 for Oklahoma State. So all we have to do is stop them on this 4th down, and the game is over. Come on, defense. One more stop. I'm thankful for the weather right about now. It makes the ball slippery. And I'm thankful that the ref picked up that flag. I really am. Things I'm thankful for Thanksgiving when it comes to football. Of course, I'm thankful for a bunch of other things for real Thanksgiving. But for football, yeah, there's some things I'm thankful for. We're not going to a bowl. This is our bowl game. So as a fan, I still care. He's going to dump it out. Game over. Oklahoma State, you suck because we suck and you gave us the game. If you're an Oklahoma State fan and you're watching this, as a West Virginia fan, let me apologize to you for what your coaching staff did to you today. That was West Virginia wins. I don't even know how I feel about this. How do I feel about this? We finished 5-7. We beat Oklahoma State the first time we've beaten them in like 3 or 4 years. Basically a meaningless football game because we're not going to a bowl. I don't know how I feel about this win. Well, what I will say is I still feel that Neil Brown should be fired. That's for sure. This does not save his job, in my opinion, at all whatsoever. It tells me we do have some athletes on this team that's capable of winning some good football games, but our coaching staff, absolutely ridiculous. And in fact, our coaching staff almost gave this game back to Oklahoma State. We're lucky that Oklahoma State is as bad as they are and that the weather was in our favor. But I'll take it. I'm still the same on Neil Brown, though. He needs to be fired. Get him out of here. Kickers, get out of here, Neil Brown. We don't like you. Get out of here. You suck. No, this does not save his job. West Virginia does win. Final score 24-19. I will take it. I will take it. 5-7. Good gosh, what a terrible season. So, had we beat Kansas State last week, we would be going to a toilet bowl. As is, we're not going to a bowl. 5-7. Terrible season. It's officially the end of the season for West Virginia. That's it. That was it. That's it. 5-7. We're done. All right, so now we're down to 2 games. Ohio State, Michigan, Clemson, South Carolina. Let me double check and see if Georgia Tech somehow made this a game. I highly doubt it. 37-14. Not going to cover, just like I predicted. Blowout like I predicted, but didn't cover. Let's see, 14. What's the score? 37-14. That's what? 23 points. What did I tell you? I said Georgia was going to win between 20 and 25 points. And right now they're ahead by 23 points. I'm just saying. Whoever came out with that 35-point spread didn't know anything about Georgia Tech. They're a better team than people give them credit for. Now, there was no prediction that Georgia Tech was going to upset Georgia or even make it close. But 35, no, you don't know what you're talking about. All right, that's a good showing for Georgia Tech. That's a good showing. It's a good showing. All right, waiting for these noon games to wrap up. Then after that, we will give you guys a break. But don't forget, later on this evening, we will be going live again, 7 p.m. Some great games this evening. The biggest one to keep your eyes on, number 18 Notre Dame at number 6 USC. That's a big one. We'll have it ready for you. You know what? Quick check at the other. That's the one that really pops off the screen for me. Let's see here. Hold on, guys. Other games that we'll be talking about this evening, worth noting. Might want to keep our eyes on number 5 LSU at Texas A&M. That line is now LSU only favored by 9.5. The line has actually gone down. Tennessee at Vanderbilt. Tennessee's only favored by 14. Can Vanderbilt beat Tennessee at home and get bowl eligible? Something to think about. Kansas at Kansas State. And number 13 Washington at Washington State. So the main game to keep your eyes on will be number 15. Excuse me, they're not number 18 anymore. Number 15 Notre Dame at number 6 USC. USC only favored by 4.5. Hopefully that is a good game. But Ohio State does put a field goal on the board, so now they're down 31-23. This Clemson-South Carolina game, I'm telling you, this one's close. 3rd and 7. South Carolina does have the ball. 2.5 minutes left. Up by 1 point. The bad news for Gamecock fans is you do have the ball like deep in your own territory. So if you don't get this first down, you're going to be punting, and Clemson's going to have decent field position, and they only need a field goal to win this game. Okay? Man, what a game, though. What a game. I warned Clemson fans that South Carolina is capable. Even if Clemson wins this game, this is a lot closer than most people thought. I expected this. 3rd and 7. Can they convert? That's the question. Under pressure. Extends the play. Getting rid of it. Down the field. Throws it away. Around two minutes left. Never a good idea to put the game on the arm of Spencer Rattler. Now, last week he had a great game, but the defense came up big as well. So Clemson has a chance to set up for a game-winning field goal. Last week of college football season, not disappointing, not by a long shot. Oh, Michigan scores again. Was this a kickoff return? Holy crap. Point after pending, Michigan could go up 38-23. Wow. What happened? I missed whatever play it was. It was either a big run or a big pass or a big kick return. It was a big pass. This is the 4th touchdown pass. No. That was a run. Excuse me. My bad. Run. That was a big run. Big run. Wow. 38-23. 7-11 left. If you're an Ohio State fan, it's time to get nervous. I was not expecting Michigan to blow them out, if that turns out to be that way. Clemson has the ball. It's going to be 2nd and 10. There's about 2 minutes left in the game. And Clemson does call their final timeout. Dabo is beside himself right now. He is not happy. They fumbled that punt return. That was the problem. Wait, did South Carolina recover that? Oh, man. Oh. Guys. Are you watching, Mayhem Matthew? Are you watching? Are you watching, buddy? Are you watching? Now, somehow South Carolina gives this away and I have to end up paying that bet, so be it. But I have a chance. Can't believe that Clemson fumbled that punt. Man, even if they get the ball back, this is going to be not much time left for Clemson. 3rd and 4. Holy crap. Holler if you hear me, Mayhem. Are you in the chat? Holler if you hear me, buddy. All right, they're going to take it to right around the minute and snap it on 3rd and 4. Now they're going to call timeout. So, a minute 13, they could take this down to what? About 30, 35 seconds, even with the punt. Clemson gets the ball back. They might have 20, 30 seconds. Holy crap. So last week they blow out Tennessee. This week, ACC's in trouble, guys. Last week, North Carolina lost to Georgia Tech. The ACC is in big trouble right now. Third and 4, a minute and 13 left. Swing pass. Get the first down and you're good. Oh, he made a man miss. Oh, he got it. Oh. Calling Mayhem Matthew. Sir, we made a bet 2 games ago. Mayhem Matthew got in my comments said, I know you're not going to pay that bet, but it looks like South Carolina's not going to win that, not going to get to that 8-win total. First of all, I always pay my bets. Second of all, that was a long 2 games ago. South Carolina just nailed it out, and they get to 8 wins, buddy. I hope you're watching. That's number 8. Golden Blue Dude picks up a win. Improbable win. I should not have won that bet. So they blow out Tennessee, and then wow. around here, it's not going to be fun to be around, guys. Y'all pray for me. It's not going to be fun living around here for the next 365 days. I still can't believe it. Ohio State's still in this football game. It looks like they're about to score. That actually blows me away, guys. I was not anticipating that to happen, but it did. All right, guys. I really want to finish the Michigan Ohio State game, but I got to run. They started too late. This game is supposed to be over with. I might not go. Hold on. I have some things to do, though. Why did they start so late? Like, it was the same kickoff as everybody else, but pregame took it past 15, 20 minutes. For whatever reason, they were walking in slow motion in everything. And then the first 4 or 5 plays took like 20 seconds off the play clock. So they, right off the bat, 20 minutes behind all the other games. Ridiculous. And it was the main game I wanted to cover. Oh, that was behind his receiver. That was on C.J. Stroud. I'm going to try to get this one out, guys. Third down. 3rd and 10. C.J. Stroud taking off. Oh, intercepted. Terrible play by C.J. Stroud. Horrible play. Why did you do that? Why did you do that? There goes your Heisman Trophy. Terrible, terrible decision. That might be ball game, guys. That might be ball game. Yeah, he wasn't down. They might review that, though. I don't think he was down, though. Yep, too late now. They snapped the ball. Run off to the right side. Clock, clock, running clock. If anything else, Ohio State's going to have to use some timeouts, and they're not. Whoa, they're going to let the time run. Not sure about that. I'm not sure about that. 2nd and 4. Under 4 minutes left, guys. Holy crap. Michigan can beat Ohio State for the 2nd time in a row. Holy crap. About 3.5 minutes left. This is 2nd and 4. They're going to run it again to the right side. Gain of 2. Surely Ohio State's going to call a timeout now. Surely. Yeah. Timeout, Ohio State. Whew. And that's the rushing. Last year, they put 188 in the second half against Ohio State, averaging 9.4. This year, they've put up 152 in the second half so far, averaging 8.3. That's how you do it. Shorten the game, get timeouts, and score. And that's exactly what Michigan has done. What a glorious start to a rivalry weekend. West Virginia wins. I won the South Carolina bet because they beat Clemson by 1 point, and it looks like Michigan is going to knock off Ohio State. I'm sorry. No offense to my Ohio State subscribers. I love the underdog. I always have because I'm a West Virginia fan. But this is not over. This is not over. 3rd and 3. Michigan going to run it. First down, and he's off to the races. Ball game. Ball game. Ball game. It is over. Touchdown, Michigan. Big play after big play after big play. I have never seen a game like this before as far as so many touchdowns by big plays. I promise you, all of their touchdowns have been by 40 yards or more. This is unbelievable. They are absolutely smoking Ohio State. They're not just beating them, they are blasting them. Here comes the mass exodus. Here comes the mass exodus, guys. There we go. Telling you, hey, the gold and blue today. We knew it. West Virginia won. Michigan's winning. It's a good day to be a gold and blue fan, right? Maize and blue for Michigan, I get it, but, you know, it's still the color blue. Let's go. Come on, come on. College football fans, stumbled across this live show. You're not a subscriber. As long as you're a college football fan, you're good to go. Hit the subscribe button, guys. This is what we do every single day. And I promise you, even in the off season, I make sure to make videos that entertain you. And in fact, to get you through the off season. Ask my subscribers that have been around a while. My videos in the off season help you get through the off season. So if you stumbled on this live show and you have no idea who Gold and Blue it is, I'm all about college football. I do talk some college basketball during March Madness. But I'm here. It's my job to get you through the off season. Okay? That's when I'm at my finest. It's easy to be a college football YouTuber during the regular season, but I am at my finest. I am at the top of my game in the off season because it's my job to get you through the off season until the next season. That's my job. That's when I'm at my best. Ask my subscribers. You can ask them. That's when I'm at my best in the off season, getting my subscribers. I appreciate you, so I'm here to get you through the off season. So now is actually the best time to subscribe to Gold and Blue. Yeah, I'd put it that way. Whew. About 3 minutes left. Michigan all over Ohio State, 45-23. I did not see that coming. I predicted the mild upset, close, but a blasting? I believe Jim Harbaugh has earned himself a raise. And with this blasting of Ohio State, does this put Michigan as the favorite to win a national championship? Think about that. You just blasted the number 2 team on the road. Do they now become the favorite to win a national championship? That's a fair question. I promise you. I mean, today they've looked better than all the other teams. I know it's just one game, but this is the biggest game of the year. Don't give me Georgia, Tennessee because fumble. Is that no, not a fumble. Don't give me the Georgia, Tennessee game because Tennessee did not deserve that number 1 ranking, and they proved it. Now they have 2 losses. They lost to South Carolina. They were ranked number 1 for 1 week, and they blew it. So no, this is the most impressive win. Going on the road and absolutely shellacking Ohio State. Big play after big play after big play. I'm telling you, Michigan should be, won't be, but should be ranked number 1 after this week. They won't be. Don't get me wrong, this is not a prediction, but they should be. This was an impressive win. For sure. Oh, that might be a fumble. And Michigan did establish possession after the fact. That could be Michigan ball in ball game. I mean, not that it really matters. Oh, he was on top of the Michigan player. That's a fumble. That's a fumble. But because of the whistle of the official, it's not a reviewable play. That's stupid. That's a fumble. But because they whistled it dead, it's not reviewable. Why? Override yourself. That was a fumble. You saw it. Make it reviewable. That's stupid. Intercepted Michigan. The ball is just bouncing their way. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. And if the mass exodus wasn't happening before, it is most certainly happening now. What a day, guys. Well, you got it back. That was a bad call by the refs, but you got it back. That was an interception. That's the ball game. Looks like Ohio State tapping out, not using their timeouts. So Michigan can choose to go into victory formation if they want to. West Virginia wins, meaningless game. South Carolina beats Clemson. Golden Blooded wins a bet because that brings South Carolina to 8 wins. 2 weeks ago, that looked impossible. Impossible. They were 6-4. They had to play Tennessee at home and then on the road to Clemson. What happens? They blast Tennessee and they go on the road to beat Clemson. That is not the way that I thought that was going to happen, but it did. One more kneel. 45-23. Shooter. What's up, buddy? Michigan versus TCU and Georgia versus USC, maybe? CFP just got real. Yeah. The loser of Michigan and Ohio State are still in this game because Clemson lost today. If USC loses this evening, they're out. If TCU loses a Big 12, the loser of this, Ohio State still might be in this. I'm telling you, Ohio State might still be in this. But I think Michigan has deserved the number 1 seed. It's not going to happen. Georgia will be number 1. But in my personal, humble, golden-blooded opinion, I think Michigan has earned that spot. And this is the first win for Michigan over Ohio State in Columbus in over 20 years. They haven't done it since the year 2000. Michigan has not gone on the road and beaten Ohio State in over 20 years. That is unbelievable. Jim Harbaugh has earned himself a pay raise. He went from bust to savior over there at Michigan. I'm wrapping this up, guys. It's been a great college football Saturday. The last college football Saturday of the college football season. We still have bowls. We still have championships. We still have playoffs. And we still have the national championship. But for the regular season, besides the Army versus Navy game, that's a wrap for the noon game, guys. We're going to take a break. We'll be back 7 p.m. There's a big one this evening. Number 15 Notre Dame at number 6 USC. Make sure to hit the like button on the way out. Even though we won't be live anymore, it still helps with the algorithm. Gets it suggested, gets it more views, and that's what helps our videos get views. That's the point of YouTube. Whether you like it or not, oh, you're just doing this for views. Well, I mean, no, that's not why I'm doing this, but it helps. It helps the channel grow. So views help the channel. Likes help us get views. Please hit the like button on the way out. We'll be back around 7 p.m. Y'all enjoy your little break, and we'll definitely Notre Dame's 13 in the AP, but 15 in the playoffs, so we have to go by that. I agree with the AP on that one, but anyways, I'm out, guys. Y'all enjoy your break. Come back at 7, though. We're going to have some more. Trev guessed, yes, USC did beat Clemson, and I won that bet. Mayhem Matthew 2 weeks ago was bragging about, we made that bet where South Carolina, you bet that South Carolina was going to get to 8 games. It looks like that's not going to happen, and you won't pay your bet. Number one, I always pay my bets. I'm not a welcher. Number two, South Carolina did the impossible. They blasted Tennessee, and then they beat Clemson today. I won the bet, buddy. I can't hear you. Where are you? Have you disappeared? Golden Blooded wins again.